Good afternoon everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of King's Quest VIII. The main events last time were that we travelled through the Dimension of Death, which took us quite a while. It wasn't the smallest realm to traverse, and it also turned out to be quite deadly, which I suppose you'd expect with a name like that. But we persevered, we were triumphant, and we have made it to the swamp now. So just a reminder, we are trying to find all the pieces to the Mask of Eternity. How do I show you that? Here it is. We currently only have one piece. There's supposed to be 5 pieces in total. And then we are supposed to confront the big bad evil guy in a temple in the clouds. It's like on a floating island, I believe. We've still got a long way to go. But the swamp is our next destination. As you will see, we don't have much of the map so far. And we still have that graphical bug, which is very annoying. Hey Jenny, lovely to see you. I hope you're well. And hey Mealy. Still falling, I see. Hope you're alright. So yeah. That's the general gist of things. I remember that there was a unicorn that had its horn stolen by a witch in the swamp. I believe that's what they said. So that's like a little side quest that we should try and complete while we're here. Oh, we're under attack. I don't know what that thing is. And I wasn't expecting it to run either. Is it using hit and run tactics? I think it is. We may die here, I'm going to be honest. I wasn't expecting this to get so Dark Soulsy so quickly. Oh my goodness! We leveled and that probably saved our life. Hold on, let me change weapon to a ranged weapon. Okay, that seems to be doing the trick. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty horrible, I have to say. Anywho, how is everyone? How's everyone doing? Let's have a quick save there. We have to save often in this game because the emulator, for some reason, every now and again mucks up and we have to restart. It just slows down massively. I'm not sure how I feel about walking around the entire time with us being waist deep in water. I suppose Dark Souls has taught me to be very, very cautious of water because you never know when it's going to suddenly... Ah, there's mushrooms growing on water there. Don't see that every day. What was I thinking? Because you don't know where the water may be deeper than it first seems. And you just sink to a watery grave. Well, hopefully this game will be a little more generous than the From Software games often are in that respect. They're certainly giving us a lot of mushrooms, aren't they? Mushrooms in this game are healing items, but the funny thing is, they're the lowest level of healing item in the game, and they were really, really useful in the first area of the game we explored. But by now, not so much. They barely heal us at all. We have so much more health now, and creatures are doing so much more damage. What is that? Still falling, Melee? Oh dearie me. Let me open the map up. Okay. That's where we emerged from. Let's save and then have a word with this jolly fellow over here. Hello there. That jolly fellow. Ah, it's still alive. Oh no, they're not. That was just an elaborate death animation. Okay, Dev's got me there. So that's 6 mushrooms I just ate, and you can see how little health we actually got back. You know what is unbeatable? No, I'm not sure, Melee. I was trying to think of an answer, but unbeatable in what sense? As in a game being too difficult to beat? Or as in, like, I tried beating these eggs for hours? A JetBlue holiday. I see. That must be some adverts you get.
A giant golden mushroom.
You call that golden? Those must be some adverts you get where you live then, Melee. Well, thank you for informing us. Right, let's look at the map again. Okay. I've no idea how large this area is. My best bet, thinking about it, because I hadn't really been thinking about it up until just now, my best bet is probably going to be to follow the wall around. Do you know, I should probably find out if there's a quick save button in this game. That would, if there is, that would save us an awful lot of bother. I don't know if quick saves existed at this point though. Yeah, they did actually. Some games definitely had quick saves by the time this game came out. I don't know how long they'd been around, and I don't actually know the history of the quick save. I don't know if, for example, they started in a particular genre of game and then didn't, like, become more mainstream till later. I don't know. Right, is there a quick save? Do you have text search at all? You don't have text search at all. Okay, this is just a series of images then. Do you list the controls anywhere in the manual? I know I've rebound them, but it doesn't follow that every control in the game is going to be rebindable, if you see what I mean. I'd expect anything that, for example, uses F keys to not necessarily be rebindable. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a reference to... Oh, that's telling me about the main menu, but what about the controls? Controlling Connor. Oh, I think I misspelled Connor when I did the going live message. I only used one N. That's embarrassing. Oh well, too late now. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any reference to like quick saves or anything like that. Checking the game ever so quickly. I'm leaning strongly towards there isn't such an option. No. Not that I can see. That's a shame. It's just I end up going to the menu so often to save the game because I don't trust this thing not to crash. Blimey, I don't know what that is, but it looks none too friendly. Or that. Maybe I'll begin... I don't know if it's rooted to the ground or not. I'm tempted to suggest we go with a ranged attack. It's literally tickling them. Alright, I am going to put it to you, dear viewer, that we are not supposed to be attacking those yet. We probably need to acquire a new weapon or something over the course of the game. Maybe that is this area in the game. Maybe maybe a flaming weapon of some sort. Oh, it was doing something. I can't scroll the camera down. Like, it's not letting me. Ooh. Do you think there's something on that body? I think there is. We should investigate that. Hey, Nagisa. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. How are you?
Unlucky fellow. Assuredly I shall fare better.
Ow. Okay, they don't like... I just got hit by those little vines, those twigs, whatever they are. And it did an annoying but normal amount of damage. It's not like it one-shot me or anything, which is what I was worried it was going to do. I was starting to suspect, apparently wrongly, that these enemies were possibly not killable and were just meant to stop you from going in certain directions. You know how, like, in certain games you might go beyond the boundaries of the map and then a cutscene plays of some, like, giant creature coming down from the skies or up from the sea or something like that, and you just get eaten. I was wondering if that's what these were, but it doesn't seem like it. Like, it didn't hurt me that much. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. How are you today? Okay, still laughing at me. Oh, you Nagisa. Do they not have a head? What's going on there? I think they have a head and they just got a bit of a... Like, I think their head is not where you'd expect it to be on a human. I think it's further down. They're, like, hunched over. Yeah. I didn't even know we could sneak up on enemies like that. That is a revelation. I see we had an audience. How are you, Tato? Uh-oh. Wrong one. We're in a spot of bother here. Yeah, I need to... Uh-oh. This is the wrong weapon for this enemy. No! I was defeated. Well, this is half the reason we save so often. Where was my most recent save? I think it was there. So yes, I'm going to worry about solving puzzles in this area later. Right now I just want to map it all, and I'm doing that by hugging the wall. Seems like a good strat. You're okay-ish? Only-ish? Hang on. No, this is earlier in the game. think. Hold on. Can I see the body? Yes, this is earlier in the game. Okay, so it's not that save. I think that's earlier still. Maybe 3 was our latest save. No, because that's before I grabbed the thing. This must be our latest save. Hey Alexu, lovely to see you. Yeah, what's up, Tate? How are you? Sounds like things aren't going... sounds like you aren't completely happy yet. Anything I can do? And how are you, Alexu? Yes, this is our most recent save. Obviously there's something to be interacted with there. Does that show up on the map at all? No. Well, I guess I'll just have to try and remember. Oh, here we go again. Okay, I had to use one of my stronger healing items, but we survived this time, which is wonderful news. Fortunately, when you defeat enemies in this game, they stay dead. I'm good, just watching the game. This game you mean, or some sort of sports? I'll be alright, nothing anyone can do but me. I understand. Well, I hope things improve soon for you. Oh my goodness, we're gonna die again. I probably could have saved us there if I'd done that a bit differently, but I have to also be mindful of our healing items. We don't have a lot of them. The game is only giving us the lowest tier of healing item, which is essentially useless at this point. Not quite useless, but like we have to use like 10 mushrooms to be able to gain back even, you know, a reasonable portion of our health bar. So, and it's not yes, it's given us a number of healing items so far, but not that many. Actually, now I think about it, where did I come from? Okay, I came from there. So yeah, this is the direction next. My point being, I may have to redo encounters just so that we survive taking less damage. Otherwise we may well just not make it. I'm going to prioritize attacking this enemy, just so that they can't sneak up behind us later. Because we somehow ended up with 3 of them surrounding us last time, if you recall. And that's one of them, but I don't know where the other 2 came from. There's the other one. Got him. There we go, much better. I think we did take some damage there, but it was very, very little. Which is good news. What's that? Oh, that's just some plants in the area. So as I say, the plan is to just keep hugging the right wall until we get back to the start. Oh my goodness, we're gonna die again. I think these creatures might be the opposite of the other ones we fought. I think they need you to use melee. Yes. I am running very low on healing items though. It is genuinely a problem. Well, I'm doing my best to push through. But we're not going to make it at this rate. We're really not. Okay, I can hit them from quite a long way away if I'm careful. That's probably the way to do it. Save again. I am worried about our health. Okay, it looks like we do slightly outrange them. Which is a blessing. That was close. Keep saving. I'm hoping we'll level soon and that will mitigate the immediate need to heal. Wait, I missed one. No! Dead. Fortunately, we'd only just saved. So we've not exactly lost much. Good. Very good. Save again, I guess. Keep those saves coming. Good, 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 good. Save again. I'll tell you what, now I think about it, the fact I'm saving so often is actually significant. I realise part of it is down to the fact that the emulator's unreliable. But that's not why I'm saving. Well, that's not the only reason why I'm saving so much. Another big part of it is the fact that in this game we're doing a lot of combat that can lead to the character dying. And obviously dying would mean a reload. That distinguishes it, that is King's Quest 8, from all the other King's Quest games up to this point. I think even if the emulator were more stable, I would be save scumming like I am now. I know, it's not quite save scumming, but you know what I mean. Save spamming, I suppose. I'd still be doing that, because I could die any time. And I want to minimize the amount I have to do again. Also, I haven't forgotten the rule about following the right wall. I'm just prioritizing taking a few more of these enemies out, since there seems to be a finite number of them. Ah! Where did you come from? I hope that's not our save balked. As in, I hope we're not already being attacked when I reload this save. No. Wait, why have you suddenly attacked us? Huh. Reloading seems to have caused enemies to do another, like, check of their surroundings to see if the player's nearby, which has not worked in our favour. Okay. Hang on, I didn't mean to use that healing item. I misclicked. And that is going to cost us. We can't really afford to be wasting healing items right now. Sadly. We really do. The health situation really isn't a good one. We really, at this point, they really should be giving us more healing items, or oh my goodness. Or some other solution to the problem. Don't worry, we'll get out of this one. Has that enemy backed off again? Yeah, I think it's when we break line of sight. It seems... I don't know if it's all enemies in this game, or that one specifically, because they could be programmed to behave differently to distinguish the enemies more. But it feels like that particular enemy... completely forgets we exist. If we're not directly in line of sight. Oh, we've got an ad break incoming in a minute. Am I just hitting the tree? I must have hit that enemy at least once, or it wouldn't have been alerted. Good. That's one less enemy I need to be worrying about. And look how close we are to leveling. Isn't that magical? ad break. And we've leveled! Just as the ad started. Ow! Oh, and the emulator's broken. Okay, time to quit out and restart. So we made it half an hour in before our first restart. Yeah, this is just dead. Stop emulation, please. Let's start again. Well, kind of helpful, or kind of, oh, the ad's actually not started yet. It says ad starting soon. That's odd. There we go. I was gonna say, kind of a, fortuitous coincidence that when the, emulator does break, it happened to be during an ad break. Attention, coming soon to a chat near you. In a world where chat vibes fluctuate, one hero, Tato, battles the okayish blues. Enter Alexu with a wave and a peace sign, bringing chill energy as they watch. And Magnifica Games tackles King Quest 8. Will Tato rise above their own challenges? Stay tuned for more adventures in this retro realm. Hello, emulator? Oh no. You don't think that broke it, did you? Do you, rather? Because every time I have to forcibly quit it... No, we're good. Oh, thank goodness. I genuinely thought it was broken, because every time we have to forcibly quit it... Oh, it's just running incredibly slowly again. Oh, I know exactly why that is. That's on me. Sorry, I should have restarted the emulator entirely. Instead, I just closed the virtual machine and opened it up again. I forgot about that. That's on me. What was I thinking? Yeah, because from every time I have to, like, kill the virtual machine, from the virtual machine's point of view, that's just as though the power cord had been pulled from the PC. So it could be in the middle of writing to sensitive files, you know, things that are integral to the operating system, and then from its perspective the power goes. So in theory, every time I have to do that, it could lead to the virtual machine breaking. The instance. Oh, hang on, I made a mistake. I forgot. I fixed the problem with the virtual machine not capturing, but I have to. It was quite a circuitous route I had to take to make that happen, and it means that I have to start the PCM software in a very special way, which I didn't do just then. Frosty, what are rainbows? Rainbows are an optical phenomenon, Alexu, where sunlight refracts through water droplets, displaying a spectrum of beautiful colours. Hello, Magnifico Games. I hope your day is going well. It's going about as well as you'd expect. I'm surviving, thank you. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you as always. Right, we're back. Right, where was my save? It was that one, wasn't it? Yimmer is good. I'm going to be looking over my OBS stuff today at some point. I want to get an overlay set up. Ooh. If you're happy discussing it, tell me more. There we go. Good. I just remembered, isn't there somewhere we're supposed to be able to do a heavy attack in this game? I swear there was, but I haven't done it in the longest time. Hold on. Was it hold down shift or something? Hold down control? No. Hold down alt? No. Let's go back to the manual. Ranged weapons. Each left click will now make Connor swing in the direction you clicked. Click behind him, he'll automatically turn around for a swing. The big swing. Hold down shift while left clicking. I thought I was doing that. I definitely was holding down shift and it didn't seem to change the attack. Maybe this weapon doesn't have a big swing? It's the only thing I can think. Well, progress is being made. Let's save again, shall we? Yeah, I found an overlay on Stream Elements. It's not the one I want to buy, but it's a good start. I'm getting a few things set for streaming in December. I'll be streaming Final Fantasy X, the first game that made me cry. Oh, goodness me. That does sound good. Well, that does sound, that does sound very promising, I suppose I meant to say. I'm not trying to suggest that your crying is a good thing. And I hope it didn't come across that way. Alright, I think we'll come back this way. I think I've cleared... As I say, I was sticking to the right wall originally with my exploring. And I only started down that trail because there was just so many enemies that I thought I should thin them out a bit. But I'd say I've done that already. Have you considered drawing your own overlay? For example... check out, I think she might be streaming right now. You might want to check out Pun Cozy's stream. She's, what am I trying to say? Her name's Bex. I'm pretty sure she drew her own overlay, for example. I just use her as an example just to point out that they don't all have to... There are different artistic designs you could go for, and you can come up with something that's quite beautiful and lovely to look at, which doesn't necessarily require being a world-class artist. No offence to Bex. That's assuming that she didn't actually draw it. I don't think I've ever asked. I could be wrong. Pleased to make your acquaintance, dear reader. Allow me to introduce Bex, a most delightful variety streamer. They are currently engaged in a rather ambitious challenge, streaming for 100 consecutive days. Their recent escapades include Dear Esther, Valfaris, and Nier Automata. A true connoisseur of gaming, I dare say. Making one? I did look into a site that let me, but I need to look into it more. I'm not against doing it. I mean, by all means, if you find a site that will help you do it, look into that, but you don't necessarily need a special site. Something funny is going on here. You can literally just do it in a paint program of your choice, and if you don't have a paint program installed, a decent free one is called GIMP, the GNU image manipulation program. Can I speak to these creatures? Let me put my weapon away. No, not what I meant. Very interesting music, isn't it?
Hello, small creatures. Who are you?
Swamp wisps, stranger. Aye, weave holiday flowers, drink honeydew, annoy frogs, but of most import, we collect secrets. 'Tis our passion.
Where do you find such secrets?
All around. One just needs to know where to seek. We do avoid the Witch's Cove, as she has been specially nasty since the dreadful Tempest. Forsooth! And her poisonous water makes us so ill!
Tell me, good wisps, how can one protect himself against this poisonous water?
Tut! We know something which can guard against poisonous swamp water. In return for a nice, juicy secret.
What?
Yes, a secret. Bring us a delicious secret and we shall give you an antidote for the poisonous water.
Well, I shall try. Thank you, good wisps.
Interesting. King's Quest 8. I'm gonna need a new page of King's Quest 8 notes, I think. Oh no, I've still got room on my quests page. Bring wisps a secret for poison water antidote. Well, that's some good progress, isn't it? Let's save there. What was the software called? I do not need a general photo editing software. I'll check it out. Hold on, I'll type it in chat. In fact, I'll do one better than that. I'll just link you to the website. It is just generic. The stuff I'm describing is just generic image editing software. It's not for photos specifically. It's not like Photoshop. It's more like a slightly more advanced version of Paint. That's just in case you don't have any suitable software already. That's the one. Like I say, I mean, it's not like it's the best image editing software available, but you know, it does the job. It's fit for purpose. And if you didn't have anything else, then it would be a lot better than nothing. I'm picking up things as I go, getting lots done and ready before December. But yeah, my point is, an overlay in... Ow. Ow. Actually, I am going to reload. I know it seems silly to reload after we just took so little damage, but the problem is we are so low on healing items, I can't afford to be taking damage like that. I just can't. What was I thinking? Yeah, an overlay is just an image. That's it. Like if you've got a 1080p stream, then it's probably... Oh, and I just used a healing item as soon as I loaded because I pressed the wrong button. If you've got a 1080p stream, then it's just a 1080p image that you put as like one of the bottom layers. Probably the bottom layer, thinking about it. That's it. So you can just draw your own. It doesn't have to be... Depending upon the art style you choose, it doesn't have to be anything that's like artistically challenging to do to still look good. Why weren't they here when I made my way in here? Oh, because I used the other wall, I suppose. I was walking along that side. Huh. That's fair. Anyway, I'm not saying do make your own, I'm just saying it's an option worth considering. I like to consider my options, so I appreciate the thought. You could also do as I do and not have an overlay. I have noticed, like, if you actually check out the channels of a lot of the very large streamers, they don't have overlays. At least as far as I've seen. It's interesting that, like, the market for overlays, as far as I can tell, I would be happy to reassess this opinion if new evidence were presented. Oh dear. Hang on, that was a pointless waste of health. As far as I can tell, overlays seem to be something that is entirely marketed at new streamers, especially, and streamers that are like that aren't that well established. Like, a lot of streamers I've seen just don't have them. And just arrange things on the screen as they see fit, as I've done. Again, not saying you don't have to have an overlay, just another option to consider. I like the fact that if it doesn't complete the attack animation, we don't take before we slay it, we don't take the damage. So far as I can tell. If you're going to be... In fact, no, that's not even true. What I was about to say was if you're intending to stream with a camera, you may want to have a border for your... for your camera output, but no, actually a lot of people don't even do that. See, I don't think an overlay is needed, however my OCD wants people to see as much of this game as possible. I want the overlay for spacing for that stream, maybe for a few other videos, but I'm not sure. It's something I'll keep. Oh, so are you thinking that you don't want to have anything covering up the game? You want the entire game output to be visible in one box, as opposed to having the game be essentially full screened? Yes, because like my VTuber model right now is covering stuff up. I'm with you. Actually, that reminds me of something. Did I turn... Yeah, the transparency should be on here. So one way I do that, that is something that I've considered in the past. One tactic I have used is making... is making some elements of the stream be translucent, like the... Ow. Oh, that's where I'm being attacked from. I am half tempted to reload after taking all that unnecessary damage. Yeah, I'm going to. We can't be affording... I can't afford taking that much damage for no reason. What was I thinking? Like, the asking about my autism thing should be translucent, so if something were to, say, fly through that, like in the game, if something important were to go through there, you should be able to see through it. For a very long time, I also have my VTuber model be translucent. Right now, it is actually covering up part of the game window that's bugging, though. Bugging out. In fact, I'll demonstrate. If I make my VTuber model invisible, you can see the minimap is bugging out, which it's not supposed to be doing, but I don't know of any fix for it, so I'm using my VTuber model to cover that up. See, in my view, I'm being pulled in two directions. On one hand, I don't want to cover up any of the game window because I really don't like the thought that something important could happen on screen and nobody could see it because it was covered up. But at the same time, I don't like the idea of having the game window shrunk down so it fits into part of the screen, because then even if people have the stream on full screen, they can't see the game on full screen. And I tend to take the view that the game is the most important information on screen. That's what people are here for. So I don't like the idea of making the game window any smaller. One option would be just not to have any extra information, just to only have the game itself, which I think is a no VTuber model or anything, which is I think how I started, if I recall correctly. But then the thing is, on one hand, I've always felt like it's egotistical for streamers to have their face on the screen. Like, people are tuning in to see you play the game, right? Why do they need your face there? Like, why have you stuck your face over the game? Like, who cares about your face? But unfortunately, I have come to the understanding that that is actually quite a unpopular view, and that actually, no, people do want to see your face, so they consider that to be, you know, a significant part of the performance. Which is why I have a VTuber model. So, I mean, I guess what the point I'm talking around... I wonder if that's the poison water. The point I'm talking around is I don't know of a perfect solution. Yep, that's poison water. That's fine. Wait, what? Oh, I'm dying. And I'm dead. I should figure out how to make things translucent anyway. That's a good tool. On OBS, click on a source, any source. I assume you've reached the point where you know what sources are. Click filters. There's a filter button that's like above the list of sources. It's properties and filters, or you can right click and you can click filters from there. Either way, click on filters. Then you're going to want to add well, there's lots of filters to become familiar with. I think it's the color correction filter I usually use to add to translucency. So the color correction thing lets you, the color correction filter lets you do quite a few things. You can, for example, turn up or down the contrast, make it brighter or less bright, more saturated, less saturated. You can shift the hue, so you could like make it more red or you could make it more blue, etc. It also has an opacity option, and so from there you can just set it to have whatever opacity you want, from 0, which would mean it's not visible at all. I can't think of a reason you would want that, but technically you can do it, all the way over to 1, which would be completely visible, which again would be a bit pointless. Why have the filter? I do like that, by the way. Your autism blip is cool, and I think you're pretty great for being so open about it. I have a nephew with autism, so I appreciate you spreading awareness. That is what I'm trying to do. It's been very, yeah, it's been I've forgotten which save we were on. It's been a strange journey for me, because actually when I started streaming, I've been autistic my entire life, and it has affected my life throughout. It has very much changed the way my life has developed, the things I can and can't do. When I started streaming, which was only like 3 years ago, I didn't know I was autistic. I didn't even have the slightest inkling that I was autistic, because I had heard the term autism before. I associated it with people that I now understand would be described as those with high support needs autism. According to the actual diagnosis for autism spectrum disorder, which is in the... do I remember the name of the document? I think it's called like the DSM something or other. It's a document produced by American psychologists. Hold on, I'll look up the name in a second. There's like 3 levels of autism that they define, which essentially outline I suppose, for want of a better word, the sort of severity of the autism, although that's not quite it. But essentially people with higher levels of autism, according to this document, are less able to look after themselves. So I was only aware of what would be considered like level 3 autism before when I started streaming. Up to that point in my life. So people that are severely in need of support, and I thought that is what autism was. And so I hadn't the slightest clue that I was autistic, even though I had been struggling my entire life to do things that other people find, easy to do. They do in their stride. Then, a while ago, something happened to me, some events which I found extremely traumatic. And those were the events that led to me developing PTSD and depression. But out of that, one of my friends ended up talking to me just casually about, your neurodivergence, when talking about what had happened. I was like, what are you talking about, my neurodivergence? Long story short, they were right. I have been diagnosed now. I do have autism. It explains a huge part of my life and why I am the way I am, and that's how I've ended up with the autism thing on screen, raising awareness, because I myself wasn't aware for most of my life. I'm what would be considered late diagnosed. What's the name of that document? I'm just looking up the name to make sure I get it right. I have a bad memory, unfortunately, so things like this that you'd think I'd remember DSM-5, I think it is. Is that the Diagnostic Manual or something? Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Not that autism is a... Actually, it's not a mental illness. Would you consider it a mental disorder? That's controversial, actually. That's opening up a whole nother can of worms, because there are people that argue that autism, especially low support need or autism, like level 1 autism, they would argue that that isn't an illness at all, in any sense of the word. It is just a strategy, an evolutionary strategy. And that, you know, it is perfectly natural that there are people in the population that are like that. And that the real problems come from the fact that the world itself is designed around neurotypical people. It's designed by and for neurotypical people, and that's a big part of the reason why autistic people struggle. It's not that there's anything wrong with them themselves, it's just that the world isn't designed with them in mind. So yeah, would you consider it to be a mental disorder? I feel like that's actually, intentionally or not, it's that point would probably be considered a bit political, but regardless, it's in the DSM-5 that they have the diagnostic criteria for autism, and that's where you get the 3 levels from. That's very fair. That's been something I was considering as well. I hope it won't be too tiny. Yes, that's obviously... I'm catching up on the comments, for those that are wondering. That's obviously referencing to when I said about the game window being shrunk down. I should probably touch base with Pikachu in a second. I was actually expecting... I was expecting us to have started Split Fiction by now, and that's fine. I don't mind us starting a bit later. It's just, it's odd that I haven't heard from her. Normally I wouldn't have face cam, but I want it for this one because it draws out emotions in me, and I want my viewers to experience that with me. Right, that was not our most recent save. Yep, that makes sense. There's no perfect solution, but there is a best solution for you know what I mean? I just got to find it. Yep, I absolutely agree with that. And that is why what I've been trying to do is just put forward options, and to the best of my ability just tell you the pros and cons as I see them, and then it's up to you. You know, I'm just... I was particularly picking up on the fact that you were saying about paying for an overlay. And hey, if that's the route you want to go down, more power to you. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. It's just I also kind of get the sense that a lot of streamers get marketed, I suppose to be the term. Manipulated seems a bit strong. Get marketed into thinking that they need an overlay when actually there are just... They need to pay for an overlay, sorry, I should say. When actually there are lots of other options. You don't have to pay for an overlay. You could just not have an overlay, you could make your own. And I think making your own is actually a very valid option. It'll have a lot more character if you make your own. Even if it's not necessarily... Oh, no, I want to save, not load. Even if it's... not as artistically accomplished. Thanks for pointing that out. My last therapy session said I may be low-end autistic right before discharging me from service. I'm sorry to hear that. I can point... If this is something you'd like to pursue, I can point you in the direction of some resources that you could use that would help you self-diagnose, and then from there you may want to then consider a formal diagnosis. If you don't know, self-diagnosis is accepted by most autistic communities because because it's a very common experience for autistic people to either not have the resources to pay for a diagnosis, or not want to have one for other reasons, because in certain countries you may be discriminated against if you have autism. I believe it's the case in the UK that currently autistic people are discriminated against when it comes to adoption. They don't like autistic people adopting children. So that I've been diagnosed now. That's on my medical record. If I ever wanted to adopt a child, I would have a harder time now because of it. So there's that reason as well. So it's generally accepted in the autistic... Oh, and of course, there have been all sorts of people who have gone for a diagnosis, but then their diagnosis has been... they've not been diagnosed, I should say, when they've gone for a diagnosis, for reasons that are very outdated. You know, as in the actual psychologist themselves that is doing the actual assessment is using outdated notions of what autism is. And they're expecting them to, they're expecting the individual to exhibit very high support needs symptoms for them to be considered autistic. So if they hold any eye contact whatsoever, oh well, you can't be autistic then. Which, isn't how it works, frankly. But yeah, that's all in support of self-diagnosis. It is valid. I can show you some resources in that direction, and for a lot of people it's a first step. They self-diagnose first, then go for an actual paid for formal diagnosis. I could point you to some of those resources if you wanted. I think it's a disability. It is very disabling in my experience. I do find the fact that I am autistic disabling. I don't know if all autistic people would be comfortable describing it as a disability or not. As strange as it sounds, I understand that in the deaf community, a lot of them don't like it being called a disability. Like, they find it offensive when someone calls being deaf a disability, which is something that I both sort of get, but also don't entirely agree with. I feel like by the literal definition of the term, it is a disability, surely. Like, if you lack a sense that most people have, then you don't have that ability. Surely that makes it a disability. But I do get what they mean. Like, no, I'm just the way I am. This is who I am. And it's a problem with the world if I'm not fully accepted and supported. It's not a problem with me. So I can see both ends of the argument. Anyway, I don't think autism is a mental disorder, but I do think it influences it for sure. I'm here, I just didn't want to interrupt. Thank you for letting me borrow him. Chat away. I'll just do the same until you're ready. I think she's ready, because I think I saw her... I think I saw a request to do shared chat. So I need to start setting up for Split Fiction now. And I will split the recording soon.
Is it working?
Yep, it's working.
I see. Please wait for window capture unless I'm frozen. Oh, there it is.
There
okay.
it is in
There
all
we
its
go.
glory.
That's right over.
Windows 98.
Windows 98.
Yep.
Did it work? Have I raided?
Oh, thank you for the raid. Very kind of you.
We have raided in. I am a raider.
So, we've just been exploring the swamp. Do I remember which was my most recent save? I'm not sure I do. Which is fun. I think I just leveled. Had I just hit level 16? I think so. So thank you for that, Pikachu. for playing Split Fiction with me. Jolly good of you.
That
Very
was
much
fun.
appreciated.
I'll let you know whenever I find out if or when I can borrow the game again.
Mhm.
And then we'll carry on if we can remember how to play the game. Because I might forget in that time. Alright, well, have fun, and
Thank
I'll
you.
see you around. Goodbye!
Yep, you take care. Thank you again. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Right, so welcome Raiders. Those that aren't familiar with my channel, I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. I play old games, I play new games, I play games that require you to think, and I play more actiony games. Currently I have playthroughs of Elden Ring on the go and King's Quest VIII. Now King's Quest VIII is a bit of an outlier because I generally play puzzle games on... well, I alternate between playing an actiony game like Elden Ring and a puzzle game. And while King's Quest VIII is technically a puzzle game, it's the only game in the King's Quest series which isn't a point-and-click adventure. This was in 1998 when games were going towards full 3D, and this was Sierra's attempt at that. And it was quite a critical and commercial failure. Not to put too fine a point on it, it did not go down well at all. But I've been playing my way through it. We've been having a lot of technical difficulties, unfortunately. Just getting the game to run. This emulator, unfortunately, about once every half an hour to hour, it will just suddenly slow down to the point that it's just completely unusable, and I have to kill it and then restart it. So yeah, that's not great, having to, like, as I say, once every 3/4 of an hour or so having to stop. Yeah, other than that, I certainly feel like the game has a lot more legs than it's been given credit for. Like, based on what I've heard, I wouldn't say that this game truly stands out as such, but, you know, given what I'd heard about the game, you'd get the impression that it was a complete and utter mess, and that is not what I have found at all. It does actually seem to be a perfectly reasonable okay, just very different to its predecessors. Enjoy King's Quest VIII. Thank you, Pikachu. Look, for a bit. Oh, hang on. I didn't split the stream. Let me do that now. Actually, yeah, I will. There we go. Rightio. So we've just stumbled across this house in the swamp. No idea what we're going to find here. We've never been here before. Is that the wizard that we met much earlier on in the game? The one that was half turned to stone? But only half. No. This is more people that have been turned completely to stone. That's interesting. I wonder if then the Tempest, which happened when people were turning to stone, also affected the witch. Like the those wisps we were talking to, they said something about her being in a bad mood.
I value freedom from this evil imprisonment. I shall not stop until this madness is destroyed.
Thank you, Connor.
I value freedom from this evil imprisonment. Excellent. These chainmail gloves will prove useful indeed.
Armor upgrade. Just stealing from more people while they're stone.
I trust these poor people will understand my need for their gold.
Funny thing is, we've actually been collecting gold this entire game, and we've not found a single merchant of any sort. So I don't know Oop. I don't know when we're going to get to spend it. Looks like we can probably hack our way through here, if I had to guess. Yep. Let's fully search this place before I start looting. Just in case there's something here that might make me not want to loot. No. Like a living person, I was thinking. What have I just found?
I bring with me a hearing horn.
A hearing horn? How am I going to end up using that? That's very interesting. So this is like this is a predecessor to a hearing aid. Back before we had electronics and could build hearing aids, people used to make what were essentially just like metal. I don't know, like it's not quite a cone shape, is it? But they would make like horns that were shaped like that, and they would stick one end in their ear, and then they would point the other end towards what they wanted to listen to, and yeah, it sounded a bit brassy, but
I trust these poor people will understand my need for their gold.
but it would work. Like, it would make it possible for someone who's hard of hearing to hear things that they couldn't otherwise.
I trust these poor people will understand my need for their gold.
Okay, so I have just robbed these people blind. I've taken all their money, and I've also taken someone's hearing horn. Well, there we go. Let's keep going then. So I have to backtrack now. I had been doing the stick to the right wall policy, but we've reached a dead end. Looks like there's stuff over there I haven't explored actually. So I guess that's where we're going next. Yeah, in case it wasn't clear, my priority right now is exploring everything. Like, I do not know the layout of this place. I've never been here before, so that's what I'm doing. Let's go back to first person mode for this. Good. Oh my goodness. Every time I see that, I think I'm gonna get hit. The death animation has them raising their club one last time. Let's save. As I say, I have to save very, very frequently, not just because of the risk of death, but also because at any time the emulator could break and force me to restart. Which is unfortunate, but the way it is. Ow! Who hit me? What do we make of that then? You can kill it, whatever it was. Something attacked me from under the water. Suboptimal. Alrighty then. Let me look at the map again. Right, so this is an entirely... Ah! Does the skull and crossbones, if that's supposed to tell me where there's water I can't cross yet? Because that's to do with a quest we were... Well, it's when we spoke to the wisps. They were telling us that there's poison water in the swamp that I think is associated with the witch who lives here. And if we want to cross it, we're going to need to get a hold of an antidote that they have. But before I can do that, I'm going to have to give them a secret, is what they said. Look, there's a tower there. 2 towers. That enemy can't be killed, but is also can't hurt us unless we get close. They're rooted in place. Can I speak with these individuals? Are those frogs? I think those are frogs. Nope. I am curious how the hearing horn gets used. Let me verify. Can I not go in here? No, I can't. For a while there, it looked like I might be able to. But no. Because just because it's green doesn't mean we can't go in there. It's a specific shade of green, the lighter yellow, slightly more yellow-green that we're not allowed in. Okay, this is another direction we've not explored. So like I say, a very big part of this right now is just me filling out the map. Getting to grips with our situation. Blimey. This looks like a largish area. Huh. There's quite a lot of stuff I think I've missed there. Ah, okay, so I can't go that way also because of poison water. Alright. That's fair enough. That's where we came from. So we've actually made our way back close to the start. Kind of unintentionally. Okay, that's good news. That means we have pretty much... Okay, if that's the case, let's explore this way next. And fill in that big missing gap in the middle of the map. Looks like there's a central island. Can we speak to this individual? Is that a tree that can be spoken with? It does look like they have a face.
Hail, Connor of Daventry.
Hold! How came you to know of me?
I am the Oracle of the Tree.
Nice to meet you.
I know all. I speak seldom.
Why seldom?
My prophecies are only for those deserving.
Tell me, O tree, am I deserving?
Thou art, but only for the gift of a gold piece.
Verily, a tree has no use for gold.
He is more noble that deserves than he that receives benefits.
All right, 'tis fair.
Okay. That was a bit odd. So did a tree just give us... Were we charged 1 gold? Or given 1 gold? I'm a bit unclear on the details there.
1 gold coin, sir.
Charged.
Where the mask once sat, now doth sit a pretender.
Yes, we know about that.
These are fruits. Words are but leaves.
I should be writing this down, shouldn't I? So, on the throne now sits a pretender. Words are fruits. Sorry, deeds are fruits, words are but leaves. Words but leaves.
Wise tree, would you perchance tell me again the cost of each prophecy?
1
Oops.
gold peace.
Aye, thank you.
Strength and righteousness grow stronger by being tried.
Strength and righteousness grow stronger by being tried.
Where the sinner cannot come, he shall send.
Where the sinner cannot come, he shall send. Okay.
He that doeth evil abhorreth the light.
He that doeth evil abhorreth the light. I have to say, a lot of these don't seem like prophecies so much as
Wise tree.
somewhat
Will you
trite
perchance tell me again
truisms.
the cost of each prophecy?
1 gold piece.
Aye, thank you.
I'm hoping we get to the end and there's a payoff.
He who coveted all hath now brought on sin.
He that coveted all now brought on sin.
Thou shalt go. Thou shalt return. Never shalt thou perish.
Thou shalt go, thou shalt return. Never shall thou perish. Wouldn't that imply immortality? Interesting.
The mask shall deliver victory unto the hand of the righteous.
The mask shalt deliver victory unto the righteous. How many do we have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
The father of demons and abominations before the altar stands.
Father of demons and abominations before the altar doth stand. So this is going to be our 10th prophecy now.
He that would enter into a higher realm must have a good key.
He that would enter a higher realm must have a good key. How many of these can there be?
The virtue of the golden ladle is within you.
The
It
virtue.
shall purge the poison and restore the purity.
The virtue of the golden ladle is within you. It shall purge the poison and restore purity. I do wonder if they actually have any information useful for solving puzzles or not.
That is all, Connor of Daventry. I speak no more.
Well, that was progress. Probably, maybe. So that was our first merchant in the game. I'm unconvinced as to the value of what they said, but still.
That is all, Connor of Daventry. I speak no more.
Right, how are we on the map front? We've nearly searched everything. The only places I'm aware of is there's an area behind us I apparently missed. There's over here that we haven't searched. And I do kind of wonder if I can sneak past the poison there or not. Like, if I made it up there, I must have got past the poison there. I don't know. Worth considering. Right, that's all that done. Oh wait, no, there is a bit more I haven't seen round this corner. Let's pull out my weapon just in case. Oh, another one of those underwater enemies. Let's not even get into the water if we can help it. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Wow, it's moving around quite quickly. We get quite a lot of experience for slaying those things, whatever they are. Ah, that's one of the things I didn't investigate earlier, but I saw it earlier. Looks like there might be something on top of this, like, mountain thing here that we've not explored. But it's possible that's not accessible. So, hard to be sure. So one idea I had for the hearing horn, what was it called? What's the proper name?
I bring with me a hearing horn.
It is a hearing horn. One idea I had for that is, could I use that to listen into the witch's house from afar, even though that's, I mean, that is sort of how hearing horns work. Aha, we can sneak around the edges. Does raise the question then, what's the point of this? Like, why are they keeping me out of the water in the middle here, but I can still... It's not blocking my progress, if you see what I mean. Like, is there something in the middle of this poison? There's a problem? I don't know. I also wonder how I get up there. I can't help but think I do get up there at some point. Although I admit I'm fuzzy on the details. Oh look, those plants we slew, they're actually depicted on the map because there's so many of them. That's fair enough. Okay. Let's keep going then. I'll check a few other likely points. But as I say, we've nearly got the whole place explored, so... Yeah, that's poison. You can see from the texture boundary. Or is it? I think it is. Ow! Ow, ow, ow. Yes, yes, yes. Ouch. I'm glad that works as a strategy. Just walking backwards, firing arrows. Pretty sure that's where I'm going to find the witch. I can't be 100% sure, but that's my strong suspicion. Right, so we can't get past the poison here, so far as I can tell. Ow. More pointless damage. Right, can I use the hearing horn on the building? Anything? Nope. So I suppose it's me that's in my head linked the hearing horn to the find us a secret puzzle, which may not be the case. They may be unrelated. Alright. I'm reasonably satisfied with that. I should double check the poison over here, make sure that is also completely blocking me off. I think it is. That there's not some clever way I can sneak past it. Oops. Because you never know, there might be. No, this does look traversable. Okay, this is an entirely new direction to explore in there. Oh, no, wait. Now it's no longer traversable. Now we've hit a hard barrier. That's fine. The issue is, in case it isn't clear, you see on the map that they've marked where the poison water is with these skull and crossbones. That's all well and good, but the problem is, as we've discovered, sometimes the poison water is just in the middle of the traversable area and we can go around the sides, and sometimes it isn't. So just because I can see that there's poison on the map, that doesn't actually tell me whether I can go there or not. Or get past it, rather. It doesn't tell me whether it's a barrier. Right, we've been this way, haven't we? But I see there's some mushrooms here. Yes, and a structure that needs exploring. That's fine. Just double checking these bits. Because I went round the right hand edge before, there's always a danger there could be like useful items or something that are right in the center that I missed.
Oh, a giant golden mushroom.
Does he say that with all of them? No.
Lo, a giant golden mushroom.
That one's supposed to be special then. I'm not entirely clear how, but it is. Sounds silly. Do I put the hearing horn on it?
This will not work.
Okay. Do I chop it down?
This is a slice of golden mushroom.
I don't know what I do with golden mushroom, but that seems to be progress. Maybe I give it to someone as an ingredient for something or other? Alright, there's exactly one more location that I am aware of, which may be a direction we can go in, which we haven't explored yet. But I may well get there and find out that we have been this way, or it's nothing special. No, there's enemies here that we haven't slain. So that's a good indicator that uh-oh. Firing at them as I go backwards is a perfectly fine strategy, but it's less than ideal when I'm heading into terrain I've never been before. Right, so indeed, this is a new area for us. We've not been here before. After we've searched here, there is literally one more, like, there's no other... This is be where we get the secrets from. Presumably I put the hearing horn up to one of these things and I hear the secret. Ah, so I get close, they get shy. Right, I get it. Okay, that's another puzzle solved then. What was I thinking? There is a structure up here that we haven't looked at. Like, it's not a new location, it's not part of the map we haven't been, but it is like a building we haven't looked at. Have we been up that way? Apparently we have. I've forgotten what was up there. Anywho, let's solve this puzzle. Hearing horn. Good to know.
A mask piece is in the witch's tower? Oh, drat.
And now we've lost it. We've lost that poor person's hearing horn. The one we stole. Well, that's suboptimal. Right. Let's actually bother to go up to that thing that I haven't explored yet, and then we'll head back to the wisps. The wisps up there. The map's bugging out, so you can't see it very well. But the wisps are up there. Right, there's a bunch of mushrooms I haven't collected. I deliberately didn't collect them when I came through here the first time, partly because when we came here the first time, we actually had loads of mushrooms, which we've since all used. But the other reason was just so that when I got back here, I'd remember, oh right, I didn't explore this place fully, because there's items that haven't been picked up. Rightio. Ah! I wonder if I go back to the wisps asking for a cure for the poison water and the wisps just say, oh yes, we can do that, but first you need to bring us a golden mushroom piece. Oh, does this heal me? Oh, that would have been helpful to know. I was literally saying earlier on while we were going through the swamp that they really, really do need another mechanic to help the player heal, other than expecting them to use up all their healing items for this area because of how dense it was with enemies. Well, there it is. It did exist. If I'd have explored it before, I'd have known. Oh well. Alright, up to the... Actually, no. Before we head to the... the wisps, I just want to check this area a bit more. Just to remind myself what was going on here. Because there could easily be stuff here that I missed when I was hugging the wall when I came through before. Oh, it was the bow. Yeah, I don't see anything else here. I think they're just guarding the bow, effectively. That's fine. Alright, off to the wisps. And then that's going to give us access to here, here, and here. Oh, we've got an ad break coming in. So there's a tower there that we don't have access to, I think. And another one past there, which is probably the witch's tower. Alright, we've nearly made it back to the wisps. Here they are. So I have... Ow! Oh dear, I missed one of those things. Look how damaging it is. It only hit me twice. It's taken a big chunk of my health off. Okay, I should probably wait to actually to complete this quest until after the ad break. Lynn Riggs' 1931 play Green Grow the Lilac served as the surprising inspiration for which groundbreaking American musical? Find out when the ads end in about 3 minutes. I have no idea. Are you lurking, Pikachu? And if so, do you have any idea? So the question was, Lynn Riggs' 1931 play Green Grow the Lilac served as the inspiring inspiration for which groundbreaking American musical? That's interesting. I hadn't... Obviously it's not uncommon to have a piece of work adapted to a different medium, like a play becoming a film or a novel becoming a film, etc. And you will get films becoming novels, but I think that tends to be more of a cash grab than a actual sincere attempt to make a novel of true artistic merit. But still, somehow a play and a musical in my mind seem too close together. Like, I suppose in my mind I almost think of musicals as being a subgenre of play. And so it seems a bit odd to adapt a play into a musical, but there we go. Welcome back, Tato. Oh, you've got an ad. Well, the good news is I'm not doing anything till the ads end, so hopefully you won't be missing anything. Right, ads are nearly over. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everyone. The iconic musical Oklahoma was based on Lynn Riggs' play, premiering in 1943 and revolutionising musical theatre. The name Oklahoma rings a bell, but I don't know anything about it. You back, Tato? Back from the ads? Because the ad break is supposed to be over.
I have discovered an incredible secret.
Oh, do tell, do tell! Hey, tell!
Well,
There.
I have learned that the witch keeps a piece of the Mask of Eternity in her tower.
No! Oh, bravo, bravo! An astonishing secret. And now, good
So how did those other creatures know?
Lo! Yon blossom!
A flower.
Welcome
good
back.
wisps.
Aye, sir. Eat this blossom. 'Twill protect you against the witch's poisonous water. Oh, I am so excited. Wait till Mudge hears.
Yeah, I thought so.
Who is
They're
Mudge?
gossips, aren't they?
Oh, the Swamp King, of course. You really must find him.
Whereabouts? Can you give me a hint as to where Mudge is? I hope I was supposed to just yank the blossom off like that. Was that us eating? It looked like we stuffed it down our chainmail shirt. What would a chainmail? What would the piece of chainmail that goes over your torso be called?
Is there any more you can tell me, good wisps?
Well, we have a secret
Oh, goodness.
Yes, for you. Find the golden ladle, stranger. It has powers to cleanse the poisonous water.
'Tis
Ah.
good advice. Thank you, small wisps.
That tree told me about that as well. That tree oracle.
Do you require more secrets, good wisps?
No, stranger. 'Tis all we need.
Okay. Well, that's progress. Pretty good progress, really. We'll see how this shapes out. But I have to say that so far, this feels like by far the... I wonder if the golden mushroom's related to the golden ladle in some way. So far, the swamp feels like it's the easiest, most straightforward area. Which I'm not complaining about, to be clear. But it's notable. It's possible that Daventry took me much longer to do just because I was still learning the new game mechanics, because it was a big departure from the previous games, and so it would have felt very new. It's possible that that's what was going on. But even the Dimension of Death was... I mean, it took ages. It took me an entire string just to do that one area. And I know... I mean, if I was a bit smarter, I could have done it a bit more quickly, but... like, not massively. It didn't feel like... For a new player, someone that hadn't played the game before, it didn't feel like I was massively dawdling. Right, so what's the significance of going into this poison water? None that I can discern. I was talking about this patch of poison water specifically earlier, like why does the game let me go in here? Maybe there is no reason. Maybe it's just there are set dressing as opposed to gating our progress in any way. Right, now is that the Witch's Tower or is that something else? I'm guessing that the Swamp King's probably also behind poison water if I had to guess. I don't know. How are you feeling anyway, Tato? I know you were saying that you weren't feeling completely happy earlier. Curious. Ah, can I climb this thing? Yes. Oh, I bet that's what I do with the other one. Hold on. I could have accessed the other one before we had the ability to traverse poison water, so it's probably the game developer's assumption that I'd have been there earlier. So let's go there first. Just trying to stay busy, keep myself from thinking, oh my goodness, I'm like that most of the time. I get that completely. I'm sorry to hear that.
Lo, a place to use my map. I can magically transport from here.
Ah, I was wondering when we would access the teleporter. Well, now we have. That's good. Because once I get that unicorn's horn back, this is exactly what I'm. This is exactly where I'm going to want to be. It'll be our first teleport, actually. Oh dear. Tato's unhappy with Frosty again. Oh well, this is coming together. So there's only 2 more locations now. There's the inside of the tower we were just at, the one that I decided to postpone entering shortly. But am indeed about to enter. And then there's that other area that we haven't even been able to set foot in yet. Alrighty. Now I'm guessing, what was their name? Mudge? Midge? Mudge? I'm guessing Mudge lives here. I mean, it's either this or the Queen, isn't it? Either them or the Queen, I mean. Unless the Queen's captured Mudge. And we're going to have to free them from some sort of dungeon or something. That's also a possibility. Ah, do I have to climb up further? Yes, I don't think we're done here. Up we go. This is new. You know, this might be the Queen's, the witch's domain.
What is this? 'Tis shaped like a hand, but a hand much larger than my own.
Maybe the Queen has the Swamp King imprisoned. We free him, and then he is in a position to open that gate, and then there's something useful behind that gate. I could be completely wrong, just guesswork. And then through there is the way to the next area, which I believe would, again, this is me speculating, then perhaps through there is the way to the underground, which I think is the next area in the game. Down we go. Alright, where are we off to? Those are some pockets he has. They really are. So fun fact, pockets have gotten smaller over time, and especially women's pockets. Like, women's pockets have almost disappeared. I mean, like, genuinely, I know some women have difficulty, perhaps less so today, but certainly certainly to an extent today, and very much so in recent history, they'll struggle to get a hold of clothing that contains decent pockets for them to use. But I know, for example, there are historical records that suggest that historically women would have pockets on their clothing large enough to store loaves of bread and books and that sort of thing. And certainly I've never had clothing with pockets that large either. I'll just buy a Junko? What's a Junko? Put a PS4 in my jean pockets. Jinko is a clothing brand, I see. I'm really not entirely sure why we don't have very large pockets anymore. Like, wouldn't it just be really useful? Why would you not want that?
Die, Toad!
Not me, witch. You.
Oh no. I don't know if I can just straightforwardly fight her or not. If I'm honest with you. I strongly expect there's a puzzle involved. Ow. This is where being able to strafe would be a big advantage. Nope, that is hitting me. Ah. No, the game slowed down. Gonna have to restart. I'm pretty sure we saved very recently. Now that's very interesting. That's actually given... Huh, that's an interesting error message that PCM just left on the terminal. It described a leaked thread. What on earth is a leaked thread? I know what it means to have a memory leak, and I know what a thread is, but those are two very different things. Like, completely different. I have never heard of the concept of a leaked thread before. Does that mean they just failed to... They had a thread running, but then it failed to close when they asked it to? I just wonder, because I think that might be what's happening whenever this stops working. Was that our most recent save? Big corporate takes away your pockets so they can sell you bags. I mean, I suspect there isn't that level of coordination, but it's distressing how much sense that would make. Tato! Yeah, this is my most recent save, isn't it? That's good. Oh, I'm so happy with how smooth everything's going. Stream-wise, with all the technical difficulties we've been having recently, things just seem to be working for once. I know. I'm probably jinxing myself. Maybe I defeat the witch by using the golden ladle to clear all the...
Die, Toad!
Uh-oh.
Not me, witch. You.
Poison water. Pigs! Maybe pockets got smaller because stuff you put in pockets got smaller. No, because it's the wrong... I think it's the wrong period. I think pockets... I think it's... Okay, I'll be honest. I don't know enough sartorial history to say for certain this is when pockets got smaller, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't before the Victorian era. So it's either during the Victorian period, or I would guess, more likely, during the 20th century. It's not going to be late 20th century, everything's going over to iPods and smartphones. Why can I not climb up? I was expecting to be presented with the option to use the grappling hook. smaller cell phones, smaller keys, and smaller money. Again, it's a good theory, but I'm afraid the timing doesn't match up. I'm pretty sure people had big pockets during the Georgian period. And obviously, we've had smaller pockets for decades. So it's like I say, I would say there's one aspect of the Victorian period that would sort of make sense, and that's because that's when manufactured clothing really came in a big way. Like, it sounds strange now, but the idea of just going to a shop and buying clothing that wasn't tailored to your body, that's just like a standard size, that was a very weird idea that took quite a while to take off. I mean, first of all, there was no point in doing that until you could actually save money doing it. Like, back in the day when all clothing had to be cut by a human being and sewed by hand by a human being, you may as well tailor it. Like, how much more work is it to measure someone's body so that when you cut out the bits of cloth they're the right size, than, you know, like just doing it as a standard size. Like, it's basically no extra work. So it's not until you get things that get industrial processes that you can have like a production line and things like sewing machines, that means that, yeah, if you're just making the exact same clothing over and over and over again, you could as in like the exact same standard size, you actually could do that appreciably quicker and therefore more cheaply, because human time is money. That you would, it's not till that point, which was during the Victorian period, that you would even consider trying to have like standard clothing that can just be bought from a shop. Like, you know, this is a size, I don't know, 40 chest, what have you. This is a shirt with a size 40 chest. Hello, what's that? Nothing I can do anything with. So it's possible that it is plausible that that's when pockets got smaller, like to save on material, make things a bit cheaper, but I don't know that for a fact. What has it got in its nasty little pockets? A beer, a precious beer. Beer, precious? What else is precious? Tato. Lies. Oh, Tato being precious. I see. Tato is precious. I've been going around this building over and over, and I cannot find the way in. Well, let's try this the old-fashioned way, I guess. Wow, okay, we can do it the old-fashioned way. I'm gonna reload. Now that I know it can be done the old-fashioned way, which I didn't know before, I genuinely didn't know if the witch could be killed. Like, I honestly was expecting it to be a puzzle. Now that I know that's possible, I should probably try it again, but more intelligently, to try and save on health. Maybe I just try for a long-range battle. There is a problem that there's no strafing in this... Sorry, no strafing in this game. Which complicates things a bit. I do have an idea, though, about how I could possibly get round to that. That's a pretty face. You approve of the witch's face, Pikachu?
Die, Toad!
Not me, witch. You.
Right, will that weed protect me? No. Absolutely not. Okay, well that was worth checking. It's a funny odd thing. If I could strafe, this fight would be a joke. Yes, strafe.
Not me, witch. You.
Oh, hello. That's interesting. Did she overshoot because she was trying to fire where I was going to be, not where I was? Okay. This isn't too bad. Ow. Okay, this isn't great. Actually, ow. Yeah, I'm on fire in water. Okay. What was I gonna say? Actually, I'm gonna level as soon as she dies. So I guess the real challenge here is just defeat her without using any healing items. Let's see, so I'm doing, the bow does about 40% of the damage of the sword, so it's going to take about 2.5 more hits. That is a lot of hits.
You.
Actually, do you know what? I've got a better idea. I know I'm being protective of my items, but I do have 2 copies of every potion in the game. Let me check which one's a shield potion. Maybe we just quaff a shield potion and then just run at her with the sword. Like I did the first time, but without the shield potion. Yeah, it's the first one. Potion of shield is the first one. Then strength, then reveal, then invisibility. We still haven't found any use for the reveal potion, have we? Like, I assume it's going to be used later on for some sort of puzzle, but we've genuinely not found any use for it yet. I just watched, oh, I don't remember how to pronounce his name. Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein recently, and it was really good. Sad that I missed it in cinema. I don't know if I've seen that. I probably haven't. I'm going to say hi to some other people, but have an excellent day. Okie dokie, Avon. Thank you for stopping by.
Not me, witch. You.
It's always lovely to see you, Avon. I don't think this is going to work. That did not work. It came out recently. Okay, then I definitely haven't seen it. Makes me want to buy Minalima edition of the book. What's the Minalima edition? That edition is so pretty. Interesting.
Die, Toad!
Not me, witch. You.
Let's go! Let's teach this witch what it means to be a hero of Daventry. Wow, that did go well. That went better than I expected. Cost me 2 rare potions, but job done. So that's where the poison's coming from, is it? Do I have a way in here? I killed the witch, but now what? The movie was good. Oh. It's good? The movie was good, yes. It's an illustrated edition. I read Frankenstein on stream. That was one of the 2 books that I read when I was doing poetry, literature, and riddle streams.
Bullseye.
Yes! Figured it out. I see. I want to watch it, but I can't. Oh, is that Mudge, the king of the swamp? No, it looks like one of the swamp creatures that has been sacrificed. I hope that isn't Mudge.
You, what a foul creature.
It's not very nice. They've just been made a blood sacrifice. They've been tortured to death.
Tis a book of recipes. What is this? Goblin tartar. Take a dead goblin, remove its black heart with a unicorn horn, chop its... Oh, no, thank you.
No, thank you. That's where he draws the line.
My children of darkness, I require thy service. A human male will infiltrate. I want his prompt death.
Sounds. A vision of my opponent. Now to find him.
Okay. Is it... I can only assume we're supposed to be seeing all those little creatures. But I don't really understand the point. Like, I don't... I could hear the voice and what they were saying. I don't see the connection to the little people. Why not? Netflix, right? I do not have Netflix. Goblin Tartar. Buy the disc. What? Spend money? How dare you even suggest such a thing, Tato? Would I pick up a rock? I don't know. It's not there anymore. Oh yeah, it's a rock. It's there.
Poor wretches. Ne'er a chance had they against the witch's wiles.
Yeah, we certainly gave her wiles a bit of a challenge, didn't we? When we drank a potion of shield, a potion of might, and then just ran at her with our sword.
Poor wretches. Ne'er a chance had they against the witch's wiles.
She wasn't wily enough to get out of that one.
Poor wretches. Ne'er a chance had they against the witch's wiles.
Ahaha, this is how we get up. Ow. Don't appreciate that. Hang on. Is there a way I can turn those traps off? The other thing I was going to say is I'm sure there must be a way upstairs, and I was just looking for it. Unless there's a wall that isn't actually there, then I do not see a way to turn those traps off. So I guess we're going to turn into a bit of a pin cushion. Oh, they didn't even activate that time. That's a bit weird. Well, We all know what to do here. Mushrooms! Although, as I previously mentioned, at this point in the game, the mushrooms heal so little health, it's barely worth it. Guess what I'm having for lunch? Ooh! What's Pikachu having for lunch? Octopus sandwiches. Right, let's not forget enemies can spawn inside or spawn from destroyed barrels. Borgir? What's Borgir? Leftover baked potato. You know what you should have with that? Some baked beans. And maybe some cheese. Some Heinz baked beans. Ah, this must... The way that this is sloped, not that you can see very well, it's very dark, that must be the other side of a ramp up. Oh, they've given me back a shield potion and a potion of might. So I would suggest, therefore, that the developers were actually expecting me to use just those two potions to deal with the witch. I mean, as we established before, when I beat her without using them, it is possible to defeat her without using those. But I would have had to have used up a bunch of healing potions, and at the time we were more stuck for healing potions than I felt we were for the other potions. We've done quite well out of this. Quite well indeed. We're richer than when we, than before we fought the witch. Leftover sausage, no beans, don't have any. You don't keep yourself well stocked with baked beans? What a peculiar thing. Is that even legal? Oh, potions! Well, technically they're healing crystals, but even so. No? Never eat beans. No? Not a baked bean fan? You've never known the joys of beans on toast? Beans in a burrito. Well, that's a very different type of bean dish, but yes. No, don't just walk in there. You're gonna die. There's a very good reason why I had you try and jump over that. Oh my goodness. Connor, why? Never had beans on toast. Then you haven't lived, Pikachu. You haven't lived. I buy burritos with beans, but I never make them at home. Are you familiar with the type of beans I mean? Heinz baked beans? Or is that just not a thing you particularly have in America? In the USA, I should say. Oh, that's what the rock's for. I get it. I just trigger it with the rock. Yeah, it's very clever. That must have been a real nuisance when the witch was living here. Like, imagine wanting to go upstairs. Oh no. Game's struggling again. And arguably worse, I'm not seeing any error message about a leaked thread. The thing that I thought I might be on to. A possible sign as to what's going wrong here. But no such luck. Well, fortunately the game's not so far gone that I have reason to think I won't be able to shut it down. Oh, it said leaked thread when I closed it. Hang on, if I close it now, will it say the same? No. Okay, that could still be a hint as to what's going wrong then. That doesn't prove, but sort of implies that maybe it only complains about a leaked thread if we've had the slowing down problem. When shutting down, specifically. As in, if the bug triggers, then when it tries to shut down, it'll complain about a leaked thread. So it might still be a hint. I rarely make anything myself, not a good cook I am. I almost exclusively cook for myself, although that doesn't necessarily mean I do. That doesn't necessarily mean I won't, you know, buy things that are partially made as ingredients. Like baked beans. But I rarely ever have like a store-bought meal, like an entire meal that you just heat up or anything like that. Ooh, a chest. Is that gonna have the golden ladle in it?
Tis here, another piece of the mask.
The masterpiece. It belongs to my master.
Here we go.
Take it from me then, blackguard.
Are we going to be able to fight them as is, or are we going to have to use some potions? Also, isn't that supposed to be pronounced blackguard? I know it comes from blackguard, but still. I'm going to let them kill us if we don't. Yeah, we didn't manage it. I'll try using just a shield potion next. Possibly the reason they gave us 2 shield potions in this fortress instead of just 1 was precisely so that we could use 1 in this fight. Is beans on toast really that popular? In Britain it is, yeah. To be absolutely clear, it is not posh food. It is definitely food of the working classes. But yes. Yes! Oh, blimey. Quite the cinematic. I noticed they blocked our way and weren't budging when we were hitting them, which was presumably to make sure that we would be able to... Sorry, the game would be able to play that cinematic when we defeated them. But yeah, beans on toast is indeed a popular comfort food, I suppose you'd call it. Is this a unicorn horn? No, it's new armor. Oh, I kind of wish I'd picked that up before. That would have been useful.
A chainmail suit. Some poor fellow's loss is my gain.
Where's the unicorn horn? We do very much need that. The fact that the two pieces don't exactly like... No! Oh, sorry. Did I save after I had fought the creature? I did the classic I'm trying to save, but I loaded instead. That's before I fought the creature, isn't it? Right, if I have a save after, it'll be this one. Yeah, what was I saying? Because the mask piece I just picked up isn't contiguous, it almost makes me wonder, did I miss a mask piece in the land of the Dimension of the Dead? But I really doubt it. We were meticulous in searching the Dimension of the Dead. Ah, it even filled in a bit over there that's a bit weird. It's somewhat hard to imagine. Oh, and Azrael, who we spoke to there, said he had no idea where the pieces were.
Some poor fellow's loss is my gain.
Let me quickly check the lands that are left. What places do we still have to explore? Right, the swamp we're in, then there's the underground realm of the gnomes, then the barren region, then the frozen reaches, then the realm of the sun. We began with one mask piece, there's 5 in total. So we've got 2 out of 5 right now, and there's 3 more places to go before we reach the realm of the sun. So I'm guessing the Dimension of Death just doesn't have a mask piece. Oh my goodness! It's a Raina! How are you, Raina? It's a pleasure to see you as always. And I love that emote. Raina, a digital tumbleweed, drifts through the vast expanse of Twitch, gaming and streaming with a laid-back vibe. They describe themselves as quick and quiet. Interesting. And their recent broadcast suggests a penchant for chill times and a touch of suspense. From I'm scared for my life to we're not going to pause this time, Raina's streams offer a unique blend of relaxation and excitement, a true wonder of the Twitch universe. Hi Pikachu! Oh, I love that emote as well. I'm imagining the beans as a good spread as a thick vegetable butter, and what goes well with them. That was my grandma's name. Interesting. What are you saying? NPCs in Oblivion have the strangest names. Orgloff Hairy Legs. Is that actually an NPC's name? It makes me think of Sloppy Joes, but with beans instead of ground beef. I did ask earlier, Pikachu, do you know what I mean when I'm talking about baked beans? Like, are you familiar with that dish? Right, do I use the ladle here? Or is the unicorn's horn in there and I can pick it up? Unclear.
This will not work.
Okay. Do I use the golden
This will not work.
mushroom? No. Hang on, we're actually missing a load of things still. We're lacking the unicorn horn. We're lacking a way to get through that gate. And we haven't met the Swamp King yet. Yeah, I just saw it. I can't make up a name like that. How does one make baked beans on a toast? Does one just put baked beans on a toast? Hold on. Clearly we need some cultural education here. Let me fire up a browser. And now let me make sure we capture said browser, if I can find it. Rightio. So these are baked beans. Heinz baked beans. As you can see, it's in tomato sauce. And beans on toast looks like this. Just like that. And you eat it with a knife and fork. I hope that answers all your questions. Right, back to the game if I can find it. There it is. Yes, with a knife and fork. Toast the beans and bake the bread. Why not fold it in half and make a sandwich? I suppose you could. Although given that it's toast, it would be likely to crumble. Yeah, as opposed to fold over. Well, do you put salt and pepper on it, or is it already added to the can? I would be surprised if it contained no salt. I've not heard of people adding salt and pepper, but I see no reason why you couldn't.
So, this is the source of yon poison.
Wait, I have to jump up here
So, this is the source of yon poison.
to interact with it?
This will not work. This will not work.
Where's the unicorn horn? I need the unicorn horn. Oh, is that buried in the chest of that creature? Yes! Got it.
I carry a magnificent horn of a unicorn.
Alright, that's one problem solved, of several. So we still haven't met the Swamp King, we still haven't found the way through the gate. But at the very least, we do have the unicorn horn. And so the next thing I want to do is return that unicorn horn to its rightful owner. Oh, and I need to use the ladle to clear the poison. I was told I could do that. But it's not clear how.
I bear a piece of the mask of eternity.
Oh, I was using the wrong item. What happened to the ladle?
I bear a piece of the mask of eternity.
Did I not pick it up? I didn't pick it up. I don't have it. Oh, I'm an idiot. Of course I don't have it. It was the mask piece that I picked up. I know that doesn't look like a ladle, but I just kind of assumed it was artistic license. I realise I'm being a bit of an idiot. Right, so the golden ladle wasn't here. Okay, then the golden ladle is probably associated with the Swamp King, if I had to guess.
The severed hand of an evil creature of darkness.
That's probably how we get through the gate. Good thing I went back for that. Okay, so we still haven't met the Swamp King. And we still don't know where the golden ladle is. But that's all that's left that's, like, unresolved. Fair enough. So here's a question. Is the Swamp King in this area? Or has he been carted off elsewhere and we have to come back here with the golden ladle later? I'm starting to wonder if it's the latter, because we're about to finish our first cross-region quest. If you recall, we spoke to the unicorn in Daventry about their horn being stolen by a witch who lives in the swamp. Right, well this is 2 areas later. And we finally got the... We finally have the unicorn horn. So I'm thinking... Perhaps I'm supposed to find the Swamp King and the ladle much later on in the game? I could be wrong. About Tabasco. I've never heard of putting that on your beans on toast. In fact, I don't think I've ever even had Tabasco. Although I've heard of it. But I suppose if you wanted something a bit spicier, you could. Add cheese? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Now you're, Now you're very much talking my language, Pikachu. A comfort food for me. Comfort food? I don't quite mean that, do I? A safe food for me, one of those foods that I can just eat over and over. Is beans on egg, as in fried egg, on cheese on toast. So I'll actually make cheese on toast, and then I'll put fried eggs on top, and then beans on top of that. How do you eat it with a fork anyway? Looks gloopy. Well, you just like cut a piece of toast and then stick the fork through the toast, and the toast supports the everything that's on top of it. Hang on. I skipped one there. I like almost all forms of cooked beans with cucumber, fresh or pickled. Cucumber? Do you cut the cucumber in half and make it like a boat for the beans? Thin slices the best. Now I'm imagining it on crackers. Yeah, I can't. Oh, I've gone to the wrong place. Actually, do you know what? Since we're here, I may as well open that door. Yeah, I've never heard of having beans and cucumber before. I've never really thought about it. Another one of those peculiarly cut holes in a bridge. I can't help but think that this is a clue of some sort. Is that supposed to be an L? Is it spelling something out? We've come across quite a few of these, and I don't understand why they're there. Chili oil on beans and toast. Chili oil. Egg is good. The cheese and beans combo reminds us of anything. Burrito!
It's astounding. It worked. A weapon will not help me here.
Oh, is this where the Swamp King lives or something? Okay. Let's save. Ow! I don't appreciate that. What if I stand on this? Do I take damage? Yes, very much. That is suboptimal. Yeah, that was some damage. Is it possible to do a zero save run? I think so. What would probably get you is some of the enemies just unexpectedly doing more damage than you anticipated. But I don't know of anything that would... Ow. Hang on, I think the game's actually running slightly slow. I could be mistaken, but like the audio sounded like it was glitching a bit. Yeah, and it complained about a leaked thread again. Speedrun, no glitches. For me, impossible. Yes, exactly. Like, I can't think of anything in the game which had, like, really... was really RNG dependent. Which is actually, says a very good... Which now I think about it, is actually a very good endorsement of the game. That it isn't so, that you don't just die due to bad RNG. Because let's not forget, in the... in a lot of the earlier King's Quest games, yeah, like, literally, you would just die for no reason because of bad RNG. Like, was it The Witch in King's Quest 1? I've forgotten if that was King's Quest 1 or 2. I think it was King's Quest 1. Like, you just go into a house and it rolls a random die in the background. And if you're unlucky, then the witch just is in the house when you enter it. You die. Actually, no, you could run out in that case. I think you did have time to escape. But yes, like, literally that. In the first few games, there was literal... It does random number generation in the background, and if you're unlucky, you're dead. And you're just expected to reload. And you're expected to realise that it's randomly generated, and you should just try and do the exact same thing again, and things will go better. Which I don't think is obvious at all, but... But this game doesn't seem to be doing that. I had an ad about Twitch Turbo. That ad lasts only 3 seconds. Fist only. I don't know about that, Pikachu. Give Twitch more money. Jeff gets none of my money. I'm genuinely struggling to understand this puzzle. Like, if the moment I stand on any of these I get burned to death, how am I supposed to make it? Like, I die if I stand on this, right? Oh, I don't. Then how do I know what's death and what isn't? Oh, okay. So some of them will kill you, some of them won't. Thing is, that isn't an example of... that is an example of them expecting the player to just reload until they get it, which I don't think is good game design. But, to be fair, it isn't random. This is hard-coded. I know I haven't proven that, but I bet you it's hard-coded. I bet you there just is a pattern that you're supposed to follow. And I say that because we've played... because we've, in this game, King's Quest 8, we have played puzzles that have worked the exact same way before. So if you knew the path, say, wrote it down, this wouldn't be an obstacle to doing a zero save run. You would just know the path and follow it. That looked a little painful. Yeah, it was less than ideal. Where to from there, then? Diagonally across? Oh, onto there, probably. I think it's clear that the developers are trying to signpost that the tree stumps are always... or rather, the tree stumps are always safe. I think it's clear that the developers are trying to signpost from that these are going to be on the path you need to take, and from that you're supposed to make an educated guess of which one of the torches are safe to stand on. Like, for example, you can get this far, but then you're stuck unless you stand on a torch. Therefore, it's just a question of which torches are safe. Wait, what? I beg your pardon? What got me? Have I completely misunderstood this puzzle or something? I thought the flames were coming up. I thought there were flames coming at me horizontally, but I thought that there were flames coming up vertically from the center of each of those pillars. Is that not how it works? Do you think that's it? Do you think it's just the ones being shot? That doesn't make sense, does it? I'm missing something here. I don't get it. I've not understood this puzzle correctly. Is it the height of them? Is it height plus timing? Like, are some of them low enough down that I won't get hit? Like, the fireball will go over my head. Is that the idea? Like, genuinely, I don't know. If it's just the ones they're firing, why can't I go straight? Right, why was I hit by fire then? That's a genuine question. Where did the fire come from that hit me? Because there is nothing firing fire at me horizontally. In that position, in the central position. Yeah, when I stood on that, yeah, I took fire damage. Isn't that weird? I beg your pardon, I never promised you... Hang on, did I miss something? I never promised you a rose garden? I think I must have missed the context for that one, Alexei. Alrighty. Took fire damage. Took fire damage. Didn't take fire damage. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. I don't think the tree stumps are hints at all. They can also have fire erupt from their center. I think there is a timing element with the ones going horizontally. But I also think there is just going to be a pattern of I think there is just going to be a... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I think there is just a safe set of pillars that we can stand on. It's a song by Lynn Anderson. I think he did not promise you a rose garden, I see. Wait, am I locked out of there now? Wait, I only get one chance of going in there. That is harsh. Oh, I don't like that. That must mean whatever's in here is optional. Maybe this is where the golden ladle is? Right, let me check some things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 6 along? 6 along, 7 in the other direction. So it's a 6 by 7 grid. Fair enough. I want to start noting down which ones are safe and which ones aren't. 4, 5, 6, 7. Just going to save here quickly. It appears our Magnifico is carefully navigating a rather intricate series of platforms in King's Quest 8. One must proceed with great care, I imagine. You imagine? Quite right, Tato. My vantage point is, regrettably, limited to mere observations, therefore I must often rely on a degree of supposition. What is Lynn Anderson known for? Ah, Alexu. Lynn Anderson is most celebrated for her iconic 1970 country hit, Rose Garden. It was truly a popular tune. Safe. 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 No, not safe. Alright, where do we go to from here then? What's the safe one from here? There? Yes. Yes. Okay, that's good. So there. There. I'm probably going to reload anyway. I'm just trying to... I wonder if I'm always supposed to move forward and it's these three I'm choosing between. Well, not that one. What was I thinking? Yeah, I'm going to reload anyway so that we get across there with as much health as possible. I'm just trying to find the path. This is some Fall Guys puzzle. Squid Game. Well, the thing is, it only... Here's the problem I have with it. This only works as a puzzle. Like, you know, if we take some sensible definition as a puzzle, you know, a problem that is to be solved, and can be approached rationally and intellectually. This is only a puzzle if you assume the player is able to reload, and will be doing so repeatedly. From Connor's perspective, what hope does he have? Like, imagine Connor was actually here in real life. What's he to do? Okay, it's not that one. Is it this one? No, those are all fiery. Oh dear. I meant to go back there, but I didn't. Okay, that rules out those three, which is fine. This, as I say, this only works as a puzzle with the reload. If you make reloading a central part of the game, and even then it's not a very good puzzle. Like, if you do say that, okay, reloading is a core mechanic, we're going to be assuming the player's going to be reloading all the time, it's actually trivial to solve. It's just trial and error. It's literally trial and error. You cannot improve upon trial and error. Okay, not that way. That way? Yes. Okay, that wasn't obvious, but still. Then there. Hold on, I'm going to take a hit just so I can record this. Here? Yeah. I was kind of guessing that based on what sort of pattern would make sense. Now, it's going to be between those two, I think. I'm guessing this one? Nope, it was probably that one then. Again, it doesn't have to be, but it almost certainly is. Oops. How do I... No. Back out. I don't want to start a new game. Like, all I'm doing is, every step along the way, I make an educated guess at what I think the next safe pillar might be. I try it, If it works, I record it. If it doesn't, then I just remember that it doesn't work. Rinse and repeat until it's done. And using that method, we've actually figured out quite a lot of this already. That one I predict. Yep. This one? Yeah, it sort of had to be. Oh, I was supposed to just jump straight over there. That's annoying. Well, we know the path now, and if I just reload, we can do it without taking any damage. Well, I say without taking any damage. I don't guarantee I won't get hit by one of the horizontal ones. Simply because I don't care enough to avoid them. They actually do next to no damage. It's only the damage you get from underneath that like takes half your health bar away. The fireballs that hit you horizontally just tickle. The small platforms seem to have fire. Oh, is that it? Is that the pattern? No, it's not just the small ones. Ow. There we go. Oh, who's that shadow? Is that the shadow of... What was their name? Wait, what? Oh my goodness. I'm actually in combat. What was the king of the forest called? Not king of the forest, king of the swamp called again? I've forgotten their name. Mange? Something like that. Monge? I don't know what that did. Golden ladle. That's jolly good. Oh, did that open something up here? There we go. That definitely everything here? I think so. Okay, so this is again one of those locations where we don't have complete... We can't just go wherever we want, is the gist of it. I need to go one more over, don't I? Then it's back this way. I think the game's slowed down again, hasn't it? Then there. Then there. Then there. Oh, maybe it hasn't. Yeah, I think it has. That's okay. That was some jolly... Oh, we leveled up anyway, so the damage I took on the way over didn't matter. Well, that's jolly nice. So we still haven't found the King of the Swamp, although to be honest, I'm not sure how much that matters. So we know that the unicorn horn is not going to be a cross-region puzzle. because... Sorry, not the unicorn horn, that is. The golden ladle, I meant to say. We know that the golden ladle isn't going to be a cross-region puzzle, because we've just found the golden ladle. A problem is that we don't know how to get to the next area in the game. We haven't established that yet. My prediction right now is that we probably use the golden ladle on that stew pot in the witch's house. That then probably... Well, it will clear all the poison in the swamp. I wonder if then suddenly the king of the swamp appears to us. He just, like, comes out of hiding wherever he is, introduces himself to us, and then shows us the way to the underground. Because, like I say, we have been, I'm pretty sure, everywhere, and yet we have not found any lead on how to get to the next area. As in, like, physically there should be an exit from this area in the game that takes us to the next area, and we have been everywhere that I am aware of we currently have access to, and I have not seen it. Which is what makes me think that there's going to have to be some sort of, like, scripted solution, that we reach a certain point and then suddenly things change. I'm guessing you were confused by the lack of hints to understand the safe route through the puzzle. Maybe the die and load feels like cheating? Yes, I think I'd agree with that. I mean, yes and no. We had the same problem with the puzzle to get to Azrael. It was basically the exact same puzzle. In that case, we didn't die, we just got sent back to the start every time we got it wrong. Well, that's true. Because we got sent back to the start, I didn't have to reload. But it was essentially the same puzzle. It was just trial and error until you figure it out. Just try... See which of... At any given point, as you're completing the puzzle, you just try any adjacent square and see which one gets you to... gets you closer to completing the puzzle, and then you just rinse and repeat. And that puzzle was the same as Azrael's puzzle, just with reloading. And yeah, like, it does... It feels wrong that reloading would be a core mechanic. Because Connor can't reload. It's the same... As I say, this is the same problem we had... or a similar problem to one we had in earlier King's Quest games,
Not near anything to climb.
where you could, for example, die just because of bad RNG. Because you're thinking, well, from Graham's point of view, Sir Graham in the first game, King Graham after that, from Graham's point of view, he couldn't have done things any better than he has. You know, he just happened to go into the building when an enemy was there and was immediately killed. Like, what could he have done? So in that case, also reloading becomes a core mechanic. It puts you in a position, but both in this game in King's Quest VIII, in terms of the puzzle we've just done, and some of the earlier puzzles in the earlier King's Quest games, it puts you in a position where the hero couldn't have done it on their own. That is, if they were really alive in that world, without a heap of luck. Which, I don't know, I don't like. I will say the swamp area has ended up taking a bit longer than I expected. I'll be off for now. See you next stream. Okie dokie, Tato. Thank you for dropping by. You take care. Copying files to hard drive. That means if I try and reload a save when I'm in another region, I think this triggers again. Oh yeah, you can see that the bit on the screen that's in the artwork that's coloured in is indeed Daventry this time, not the swamp. Yeah, lovely to see you as always, Tato. Rightio, let's head to the unicorn. I'm sure they'll be happy to be reunited with their horn. Maybe some information is missing, like visual hints. You've played Skyrim? A little bit. I've played a lot more. I've played Morrowind the most. After that, probably Oblivion, then Daggerfall. I've played a bit of Skyrim. Is the unicorn? Do I have a surprise for you?
Kind beast, I have found your horn. I am pleased to return it to you.
I hope that actually
No.
is a unicorn.
I cannot believe it. Me
And we're not being
gone
tricked.
Forever. Sir Knight, I wish to thank thee for the return of my horn. As thou canst see, my true form hath been restored.
Blimey. A pyramid?
To show my gratitude, I present to thee this small crystal pyramid. It once sparkled clear and bright, but since the evil magic, it hath dimmed and darkened. I know not why. Perhaps thou canst seek the cause.
I am honored, noble beast. The mysterious darkening of yon crystal may be difficult to learn, but I am willing to try.
By the Lord of Sunshine, 'tis evident thou art the one chosen. Be well, and
The
good
Lord of Sunshine, eh? An important figure who has never featured in these games before. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't have many leads to go on with regards to this this pyramid. Like, what am I supposed to do with this information? It once shone bright, but then since the Tempest it's gone dim. Okay, what is it? Who made it? Can I find more of these somewhere? So, unless in one of the upcoming regions we start seeing more of those pyramids, I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do about that. Alright, what's our next priority? Cure the poison in the swamp. That's our next priority. And if someone doesn't then appear to help us get to the next region, I don't know what we're gonna do, honestly. Because besides that, I have no leads on, you know, where we're going next or anything like that. As in, like, if clearing the poison in the swamp doesn't trigger some sort of event, I have no idea where Connor needs to be next in order for us to make progress. That's interesting. The picture there doesn't appear to be the angle the camera's currently pointing at, as far as I'm aware, because Connor's looking towards the... Oh no, it is. That was the back of his neck we were seeing, I think. So yeah, it is just screenshotting the game as it currently is. Look at him walking on thin air. I'm surprised they didn't just fill in that one face with solid wood or something like that to fix the apparent impossibility of what he's doing. Alright, where am I going? This way, isn't it? I don't know how you alternate between this game and Elden Ring, but your perseverance is commendable. Thank you. Well, I think I'd find it hard not to alternate, just because it would become a bit much if I was just playing the same game every session. I mean, I've done that before. But the trouble is, if in the game you're playing you end up going for a difficult period, it's really demoralizing to just like 3 times a week be playing it, the same game over and over. I wonder if when I clear the poison, if those creatures are gonna change. Maybe become peaceful. Hello, do you see what I see? Does that mean there's a creature there? Maybe not. Maybe those bubbles are just supposed to be coming from the poison actually being dumped into the swamp itself. Rightio. Ladle time. Well, the ladle's
Tis
gone.
wondrous magic.
Swamp King?
Greetings, Champion Eternal.
Who are
Greetings.
you, sir? Snail?
I
Mudge.
am King Mudge. This swamp is my realm, and all here are my subjects. I understand you slew the vile witch.
Aye, I did, sire.
How wonderful. I couldn't tolerate that old biddy, especially after she poisoned our lovely swamp.
Blimey, strong language.
Now, because of you, our water is pure once more.
The
I
magic
wish to
artifact is
express
gone
my
though.
supreme gratitude, Sir Champion.
I humbly accept your appreciation, sire. But pray, can you give me counsel on...
Stay. We must quickly devise your exit. Now, Champion, behold, the portal to the underground realm of the gnomes.
Wait! Where are you going?
Blimey. So they actually made the portal with their own body, it would seem. Well, on to the next region, I guess. You're about to load a new region. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes. I mean, given that we took 2 hours out of this stream to do Split Fiction, again, the swamp area seems to have been by far the quickest to complete so far. I mean, we only started it today. Let's see, I started at 4, it's 9 now, minus the 2 hours, so that's what, 3 hours? That's like half the time with all the other regions. Again, I'm not complaining. I mean, it's nice to... it means that we get to see a new area with a new visual design much sooner. It's just notable is all. We can see the underground all coloured in now. Where's it after the underground? Is it the Barren Lands? Well, we didn't do too badly, did we? I don't know what I'm going to need that golden mushroom for, though. We never did find what that was used for. I can only assume it's used later on in the game. I wonder how many players would have missed it. I mean, I only really found it almost on accident. I easily could have missed it. That potion of might. The recipe for it. I bet that's got golden mushroom in it. Now I think about it. I don't remember. But I'm just thinking that sounds like the sort of thing that would be in a recipe like that.
This must be the realm of the gnomes.
Mushrooms. Let's listen to that recipe again. Was it this one?
A scroll of magical instruction for a spell of might. Permanent spell of might. Need. A morsel of giant golden mushroom. A blue adamant. The tongue of a basilisk. Combine these under the blast of a lightning bolt.
I bet these are all for the areas we're going through.
Permanent
I bet we
spell
get
of
blue
might.
adamant from here, the tongue of a basilisk in the
giant golden
barrens, and then in whatever the
A
next
blue
place is,
adamant.
there'll be a lightning
Tongue
bolt.
of a basilisk. Combine these under the blast of a lightning bolt. permanent spell of might. I bear a parchment inscribed with the symbol of the planet.
Oh my goodness, how's he doing this?
A blue adamant. The tongue of a basilisk. Combine these under the blast of a lightning bolt. I bear a parchment inscribed with the symbol of the planet Jupiter.
I never did find out what that's for. Going to have a nap, but wanting to pop back to say Split Fiction has been returned. I'm now 9th in line and don't expect to see it again for at least a month. Okie dokie, that's fine. That'll mean you'll get a bit of a break. You'll get to enjoy other games. Have a lovely nap. Giving us loads of mushrooms, but as I've said repeatedly before, they're basically useless to us right now. Because of how little health we actually get back from using them. Oh, I still have a stone on me. I'm cautious about standing on that because it could be a trap. Am I supposed to drop a stone on that and then the door stays open or something? Whereas if I just stand on it, it will close again? Yeah, that's exactly it. I don't know where I picked this stone up from, but goodness me, if I, for whatever reason... Ow! Some sort of flying stingray. Stop that. If for whatever reason I didn't have a stone on me, that would have been a real nuisance having to backtrack to try and find one. By the way, that game was a temporary free rental or what? Oh, Split Fiction. Yes, Pikachu rented it from her library. Well, that was suboptimal. I wish I hadn't lost so much health so quickly. Still, can't be helped. Okay, I get it. That's just a case of using stones again. If I can find 3 stones, then I can cross the bridge. Simple enough. I can tell this is going to be a larger area. As with the Dimension of Death. Getting through healing items a little too quickly. Ow! What hit me? You did. Blimey. I'm not sure I'm gonna win this one. Oh, I did. Yeah, my health is going down rather too quickly, but I don't know what I can do about that. As in, I'm losing it faster than I'm getting healing items back. Why would they have a cart, but no tracks for it to go on? Goodness me, even the second tier of healing items becoming insufficient. Oh, this is probably death. Yep. Was that my most recent save? I don't remember. I do hope what am I thinking? I do hope I do wish they would just organise the saves in last modified date, or if not, I don't think this is the most recent one. At least display the last modified date. Let's force them to fight me one at a time. Where have they gone? Are they behind me? I don't know why they didn't attack. Not that I'm complaining. I've gone in first person mode. Good. Let's save here. There's another one nearby, but I can't see him. We're doing marginally better than last time. Let's pick these up while we have the chance. Hey Dean, lovely to see you. How are you today? Whoa! Yeah, that's a bit of a low-level monster for us now. Serpentax got mad at me at the end of Night Rain and stormed off the voice chat. Really? I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful. I hope you're alright. Are you an enemy? Probably. Nope.
Good sir, why do you toil so hard?
There was an earthquake, and the exit from our realm was blocked. I dig to find a way out.
I hope you success, sir.
Don't you mean I hope you succeed, sir?
Pardon me, are you searching for something?
I am digging an exit from our land.
An exit?
Aye, a terrible quake caused the cave in. Now we have no way out.
I wish you good luck, good sir.
I think that counts as exhausting the dialogue, even though they said different things. It was basically the same comment in different words. Anyway, how have you been, Dean? Other than the obvious. Yeah, it's fine. I probably just won't do anymore. I didn't enjoy the game anyway, and he goes furious and pretty mean when anything ever goes even slightly wrong, so it's just better we do other things. Yeah, that's not good at all. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that was a well-hidden rock. I wonder if I've missed any other rocks. Got a nice amount of video exporting and uploading done. Getting back into running the YouTube part of the channel again, very productive. That's good news. What sort of, if you don't mind me asking, what sort of things do you put up on YouTube? So many mushrooms. I assume that's death if I fall down there. Hard to say because I don't think we can look straight down. But almost certainly. So I run a high quality version of my stream on YouTube channel. I put a nice intro and outro on it, and that's the whole thing. At several points I wanted an editor. Oh, I see. What, to edit it down to highlights or to add fancy effects over the top? Hang on, this needs to be dealt with. That was less than ideal. But they seem to want low pay and no investment in the channel. I'd quite like to do a revenue share and just trim things down to a more watchable level. Yep, I know what you mean. That is doable, but I would say that YouTube and Twitch are very different very different spaces. Although I also use YouTube to like upload all my streams to afterwards, that's more so that if someone, I don't know, stumbles across my channel, finds out that I say did the Monkey Island series a long time ago and wants to just watch that, they can go back and watch it. Like, I don't consider myself to particularly be a YouTuber, if you see what I mean. Like, the expectations on the content are very, very different on that platform. And so, unless I was willing to really quite significantly, one, put in a load of work, and B, significantly shift what it is that I'm doing, I wouldn't expect any success on YouTube, personally.
What do you dig for, good sir?
A way out, Outlander. After a great trembler shook our world, we are now imprisoned here.
I wish you much success, sir.
One and then B? I'm not sure I follow you, sorry. Instead of saying 1 and then 2, you said 1 and then B. Oh, did I? Sorry. Yeah, I could have, I could have almost done that deliberately as a joke, couldn't I? But I didn't. That was interesting, seeing that mushroom jump around. I'm particularly mindful of the fact that we're on the lookout for stones, and I know, and we've learnt from experience, that they like to hide stones in corners. Mixed metaphor, switch up the paradigm, indeed. I suppose what I'm getting at is that on YouTube, as I understand it, people generally expect a much more polished product, which will effectively hold their attention the whole way through, whereas it's very hard to cut up a stream, an actual live stream, and achieve that, because inevitably there's going to be long lulls. But that doesn't mean that during those lulls important things aren't happening, that if you cut them out it wouldn't confuse the viewer, if you see what I mean. I don't know, maybe it's my own shortcomings that are making me say this, but I just feel like it would be very hard to it would be very hard to be doing oh my goodness. Where did they even come from? What's the thing? It'd be very hard to like be a streamer primarily, putting all your effort into streaming, and yet then still turn that into a polished YouTube video at the end. I feel like you have to go into the process deciding you want to do one or the other. Like, yes, you could be both, but that means you're effectively doing two jobs. And so some days you'd be working on YouTube videos and other days you'd be working on streaming. I feel like trying to get both types of product out of the same time invested in it, like sitting down to do a stream and to do a YouTube video simultaneously, is unrealistic, in my opinion. My original channel has about 4,000 videos of gameplay. I've been doing it for years. I was a partner with Machinima for a long time. Machinima. Who's Machinima, sorry? I know what Machinima is, as in like a program that is that is made up by taking footage from a gameplay and putting voices over the top. And then a YouTube partner later, eventually they swapped the rules and removed it as it had FMV only videos and made that against the rules for not being transformative. Oh, as I had FMV only videos. I mean, FMV's full motion video, isn't it? So are you recording your own original stuff? Before deletion, the channel had several million views. Oh my goodness. That is impressive. And I'm sorry that that happened. We're in an ad break right now, so that's why I'm not speaking to this person yet, although I am about to. Machinima is also a company when YouTube do partnerships through partners. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. That's interesting. You're clearly a lot more knowledgeable and experienced than I am. I wish there was some sort of torch in this game. There isn't, is there? I'm not just being daft. No. I wonder if that's the blue adamant I need. Yeah, I'm just hanging back here for another few seconds while we wait for the ads to end. Yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry that happened. Any more seconds on the ads? The FMVs in question were like clean versions of game intros and midpoints that were clean and HD. No one talked over the top, no floating head, but later on YouTube made having these on a monetized channel against the rules for not being transformative content. Oh wow, that's... Were the videos entirely just those FMVs? Or were they like part of a larger work? So like you're playing a game, you're talking over it like I am now, and then when a cutscene happens you just stop talking. Is that the problem? The companies didn't complain, it was something YouTube decided for itself.
Well met, Aged One. Pray tell, why do you crouch in the darkness so?
Woe betide us, young fellow. All is lost. Hope, dreams, aspirations. Naught is left but a dim spark of faith. I am this spark, personified in the aspect of the once proud people who long ago inhabited these tunnels. But as thou canst see, even I am dwindling away.
But Old One, faith is not gone. It can be found once again.
Foolish lad. Faith is not something to be found. It needs to be ignited and then embedded deep within the very soul of all people. Only the Enlightened One can accomplish such a deed.
The Enlightened One? Who might that be?
That's not us, is it?
The incorruptible one who would gain the light of life. Would restore faith, hope, and new beginnings to humanity.
The light of life? Pray, where would one begin to look?
It is everywhere, and nowhere. The Enlightened One would know the answer.
'Tis a fair answer, Aged One. Tend carefully your faith. From a small spark can still a blaze grow.
I have not yet given up. Thank thee, lad.
So I had Red Alert 3 intro, Diablo 3 FMVs, but I had just clear versions of them and just named them things like Red Alert 3 Intro HD. People search these things a lot, and it just counts like any other video on your channel. But then YouTube just swapped the rules without any complaints from like Westwood Studios. You don't need a copyright strike, for example. It's just against the rules now, when you read them, to record a game company's cutscene and make it a video like that. From a copyright perspective, I can see what they mean. That does make sense. The issue I would take is retrospectively changing the rules and then apparently removing your channel for a change in the rules. Like, that's not okay. It would have been reasonable to say, right, from this point forward, we are not allowing this type of content, so we're going to delete any such videos from your channel, and then if you upload them again, that's going to be treated as a new event, and you could be punished for that. But to retroactively change the rules and then punish you for your actions when it wasn't against the rules at the time, yeah, that's very dodgy. Technically on the rules, YouTube want you to cover FMVs and cutscenes if you read it closely, unless you have a face on it, wave your hands around and speak all over it, which I kind of dislike. Yeah, I would, in my view, in my layman's view, I would say that it's completely different if it's part of a larger work, where the work overall is transformative, like a stream. And it's completely different if... and I also stand by the point I just made, that if they're making a change to the rules, they shouldn't be punishing people for doing things that were within the rules when they did them. They can change the rules if they want, but they can't. They shouldn't then take punitive action against people for rules that weren't in place at the time. But beyond that, I can see what they're getting at. I can see that if you've literally just recorded a cutscene from a game and uploaded it as is, then there genuinely is nothing transformative about that in the legal sense, and I can get the point that, well, you've basically just ripped off the game studio.
Pardon me, Aged One. I have a question. Do you believe that the light of life could be gained within the darkness of these tunnels?
I cannot answer that, young fellow. Only the enlightened one would have such knowledge.
Indeed. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep, I have no problem with the rules now, but they retroactively did it, and no one asked them to. It doesn't harm the author, and they never were seeking it as a problem. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that assessment.
A cluster of crystal shards.
Is this the blue adamantine I need?
I carry a clouded crystal shard.
No. That's fine, though. That's still, progress. Don't know what I'm going to use that crystal shard for, but still. Not that I'm particularly a fan of copyright law in general, I should point out. I was more talking from the point of view about what the law actually says today. Blizzard's direct policy is please do take videos of all parts of the games, and we never seek anything exchanged. There will never be strikes. I see. Yeah. And then people are presumably having their channels deleted for uploading Blizzard stuff. So in that case, you say it's their policy. If that policy is published online, if Blizzard actually, from an official Blizzard source, not, you know, not someone that claims that they worked at Blizzard before and that's their internal policy or something. Like, if there actually is that online, that has been stated clearly by Blizzard Incorporated, then that counts as a license. That's a public license, a public non-exclusive license to use and transform their videos as anyone sees fit. And as you phrased it there, that would also include commercial use. Like, they can incorporate it into any product they like, and Blizzard have publicly given a license that that's okay, based on what you've said. That is me assessing what you've said, not having done any original research into what Blizzard have said in the past, if you see what I mean. And so, if someone lost a load of money on account of YouTube shutting down their account for the reason you stated, I think they could probably successfully sue. Sue YouTube, that is. It would be a bit more difficult to judge after it would be a bit more difficult to judge whether YouTube could have a policy like that after they have already stated what the new rules are going to be. That is in a case which isn't retrospective. Ah, they're rising up from the ground, I see. I recognise the sound effect this time around, which is why I need to turn around. Because I see no reason in principle why YouTube couldn't decide to have really bizarre rules for their website and say, I don't know, you're not allowed to have any depictions of flowers. We have decided that flowers will not be depicted on our website. It would seem bizarre, but I see no reason technically why you couldn't do it and legally uphold that. But if someone had their account deleted, which they were making money from, for uploading content which they had the legal right to upload because there was a public license that said they could use it, and YouTube's only excuse was that, well, we've made it against our rules after the fact, I don't think that would stand up in a court of law. But part of the problem you would run into is that YouTube can afford to pay very expensive lawyers, and a lot of content creators don't have those sorts of resources. So due to the disparity in power, there's no guarantee that there would be a just resolution. But in principle, those are my thoughts on the subject. It happened over and over again too. There's direct claim trolls. Unfortunately, all the problem videos I deleted to try and get back into a positive state. As to clarify, I didn't delete the channel, but I was never able to recover the new watch time amounts. Oh, I see. So what exactly happened? So you had a bunch of videos that got claimed, and you deleted those, and then you would have been allowed to continue using your channel? Is that how it works? Oh, right, but presumably, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is that those videos that you deleted due to the new rules had the highest view count of all your videos, and because those videos specifically were the ones deleted, your channel now was no longer being promoted as heavily on YouTube because it looked like a much smaller channel. Is that the gist of it? So what do we make of this then?
I carry a chunk of amber glow.
Amber glow, eh? Interesting. Two separate things. I had another paragraph. Oh, sorry, did I skip a paragraph? I actually had someone else claim my video with Blizzard's content as their own. In the box you get to type in, I directly quoted Blizzard's page, which they publish. Oh, I see. Two separate things. I had another paragraph you didn't read above. Some people claimed some things over time, fought all those false claims off, and then as a separate thing you were right. I had to delete a lot of high traffic, now non-transformative content, and it harmed my viewer income rate irreparably. Well, yeah, that is that unfortunately I think comes under the category of extremely unfortunate, but not technically like
A place to use my map. I can magically transport from here.
I just leveled as we found the transporter room. What was I thinking? I don't think that's actionable in any way. I think that's just... The problem is, I don't think... Actually, that's a really interesting question I've never thought about before. Does YouTube have a duty to promote people's content? I mean, at face value, the answer is no, of course not. It's their website. But I can think of counter-arguments. Like, the thing is, people really do rely on this for their livelihood. Like, they really, really do. And if YouTube one day decided, okay, we're not going to delete any of your videos, but we're just picked on someone. They decided we're not going to delete any of your videos, but we're just going to completely stop promoting it altogether, as though all of your videos were unlisted. Have they done anything wrong? I mean, that's going to kill most people's channels, unless they have a very large group of fans which are happy to load up their channel manually and see if there's a new video. Then how are they going to get any enough views? They're not. But on the other hand, and so as a result, that act is tantamount to ruining someone's livelihood. But, you know, is that actionable? I've never thought of that before. The new channel I kind of created but didn't start uploading to yet consistently until this weekend gone, and I was quite happy with the work I've done. Whether YouTube decides to send my videos to people's homepage is another question entirely. Yeah. It's tough. I do think being a YouTuber is quite a scary profession in terms of like financial security. You know, a single out, like, I'm not even this isn't an exaggeration. I genuinely believe I'm just stating the way things are. It is the case, as I understand it, that one day YouTube may just decide to update their algorithm, as they have done many times in the past, and then suddenly someone's livelihood is gone. Like, it's not that they're specifically picking on that one person, like in the hypothetical example I gave before. It just so happens that the new algorithm is promoting different things than the stuff they're putting out. And so suddenly they don't get the views, they don't get the income. It's pretty scary stuff. Oh, we can have more than 100 mushrooms, I mean. We didn't know that for sure until now. Wish I found some more rocks. I just can't help but think that I've missed some. Why was there a fancy door to enter this area? That seems to denote a more significant area, in my opinion. Okay, a blacksmith?
Hail, Outlander! May I aid ye in the purchase of arms?
Oh, we've actually found a merchant.
Behold me wares. Here now, ye may inspect them. Just leave your old weapon whilst doing so. Ye are truly quick. Me heavy compound crossbow is the finest crafted. 'Tis so quick and sure, your enemies will not know what struck 'em. On sale, today only. Just 300 gold coins and the trade-in of your old weapon. What say ye?
'Tis a fine weapon, sure, but I am not now interested in a purchase.
Tat a pity. Here is your old weapon back. 'Tis a fine weapon, Outlander. This small compound crossbow can pierce a heart from a great distance. A bargain at only 200 gold coins and the trade-in of your old weapon.
'Tis a fine weapon, sure, but
That bow was a significant improvement over our previous one.
Here is your old weapon back.
Like, it did a straight up 50% more damage. Quite frankly, I just like having a... Hang on, did I miss anything? No. Quite frankly, I just like having a video diary of games I play. The videos make no money, and this is why I'm happy to generously pay over the editing norm for someone to come and cut it to an interesting format and take a large share, because... think of it like this. It's worth nothing in its current format, but if someone can make it into a positive video experience that people want to see, they deserve a huge amount of compensation, because it's not valuable without their input. I mean, if one has that money to spend, I think I can see what you're getting at.
Aye, the Warhammer, me very best weapon. 'Twill crush anything, sure, even stones. For ye, sir, just 400 gold coins and the trade-in of your old weapon.
I do wonder if I'm expected to buy this. I could afford both upgrades, but what happens if I get to the next area and they also have a shop, and then I can't afford anything?
Ye are truly quick. Me heavy compound crossbow is the finest crafted. 'Tis so quick and sure, your enemies will not know what... Aye, the
Let's just pay them.
Me very best weapon. 'Twill crush anything...
Aye, I shall purchase this most excellent weapon. Here is my payment.
Thank ye, good man. A fine choice.
You did say before it was frustrating picking up all that money and the game didn't give you a single thing to do with it. Yeah, that's
Ye are truly quick. Me
what's more or less persuaded me. I just really hope I don't get to the next area
Thank ye, good man.
and all
A
of these
fine
weapons are obsolete. So that's a slight melee weapon increase. I think we're doing like 10% more damage, maybe slightly more than that, maybe 15. But a big ranged weapon upgrade. Okay, so I know how we progress. I need to put 3 rocks down on each of those pressure plates, or rather 1 rock on each pressure plate, 3 in total. The issue is I haven't actually located the rocks, and I'm moderately certain that I must have been past them and just missed it. Maybe not 100% certain. I don't know if this weapon is actually better, I'm sorry to say, because it's so slow. I did mention it was only a slight increase to damage, but it feels quite a lot slower. Hello. How are you still here? I've been this way, haven't I? Yeah, that felt bad. No, I'll live with the damage. I was tempted to reload because of how much damage I took there, but I won't. I think this might actually be a downgrade. I guess I haven't been this way yet. Oh no, I haven't. Okay, that's good. Also dislike self-promotion. Having someone who is an editor and their success is tied to the channel's success rather than a flat payment means that they will have an interest in telling people the channel exists and to come back. Watch it. I'm not good with selling the experience and bothering people. No, I can... It's not something I'm 100% comfortable with either, but it's... I do acknowledge the fact that it's, you know, somewhat integral.
Good sir, why do you toil so hard?
There was an earthquake, and the exit from our realm was blocked. I dig to find a way out.
I hope you success, sir.
The only other thing I can think is, can I smash through that blockage we found before? Oh, there's a rock. $111 mushrooms and 20 medium heals. Things have been going well. Yeah, but why are they furnishing me with so many? The mushrooms are a nuisance, actually, because they, at this point in the game, they heal almost no health. Now, okay, if I have 100 of them, granted, that does, to an extent, mitigate that problem. But because each one heals so little, I have to hammer the 1 key in order to, like, actually heal fast enough to survive the hits that I'm taking, which is suboptimal. Very easy to fail in that regard. No rock, I can see. A handy top off out of combat, you see. Imagine Elden Ring if it was possible to use a half flask instead of the whole thing. That's true. That's a fair point. No, I take your point. That would actually be an interesting effect that you could turn on in the games, like... as an amulet or something like that. So you get twice as many flask charges, but each one heals you by half the amount. Because the thing is, when you're in combat, it would be...
This wall, it looks different than the others.
Can I walk through it? I wonder if the smashing through stone was the clue. I don't know, a heavy hit? I can't tell. I'm supposed to be holding shift, but it doesn't seem to work. Oh, hang on. Is it 'cause I rebound the controls? Yes. That's how I do a heavy hit. Hey Rowdy Rain, lovely to see you. How are you today? I wish I was here instead of playing Night Rain. I wish I was here instead of playing Night Rain in the Unpleasantness. It's more interesting to talk calmly about this than what happened with me. Yeah. I can imagine. I'm sure they didn't mean any harm by it, but I do appreciate that it can be very distressing. Oh. I don't mind if I do. I can't help but think that I've been swindled with this, hammer. It's so much slower than the sword that I don't think the extra damage is worth it. I'm almost tempted to reload to before I picked it up, since I probably have a save from back then. Hang on, let me test out the bow quickly. Is that actually better? It seems to be. That one does seem to be a legitimate improvement. What do you think? Do I reload? It wouldn't take me long to get back to where I am now. If I reloaded right now. I think I've still got a save from before. Or do I live with the fact that I've got a very slow melee weapon now? It's hard to say. If you don't like it, it isn't worth it. No. Alright, let's see if I have a save from before then. I might not. Oh, I don't. I don't have a save from before. Alright, well that's been decided for me then. How are you, Rowdy Rain? So right now I'm just looking around for rocks. As silly as it sounds, that's what's gating our progress right now. Maybe I go back to that wall that looked different to the others. I just don't know what I would do with it. Like, I comprehend the game is giving me a pretty heavy hint that this wall is weird and you should be paying attention to it, but of the three main ways I can interact,
This wall, it looks different than the others.
it's not like a torch that I pull on, is it? None of them seem to do anything. Walking into it doesn't do anything. Hitting it doesn't do anything. I can plainly see on the map it's supposed to be possible to get through there. But how? That's going back the way we came. The thing is, it has occurred to me that the remaining rock is quite possibly on the other side of that wall. To force me to solve that puzzle before I continue. Wait, is that definitely the way back? This feels like the way back. I do have those bits of crystal actually. I could try using them on the wall. I wouldn't expect that to do anything though.
This will not work. This will not work.
When I speak to that man that was talking about the enlightened one again, I should probably see if he can do anything with the pyramid I received. Rock throw. Do you think? I can throw rocks. Nah, didn't do anything. Just trying to know how to smash a wall, maybe. I have this giant hammer. You'd think that would do it if anything was. I can't help but think that there's a switch somewhere.
This wall, it looks different than the others.
I do like that torch animation. It's so simple. The other this wall is different, just needed a lumber axe. I don't recall, we've had a few of those. I remember there was one that wasn't actually there. As in, it said this wall was different, and if you try to walk through it, you just pass through. I like that part of the VOD. That's... oh. That surprised me. Which wall was that?
That crystal, take it away. It signals the end of all hope.
Okay.
Hark, old one. I have discovered this crystal shard. Might it be related to the light of life?
That would be of no use to thee. Only those with hope can utilize those crystals.
Land of the Dead.
Still,
Skeleton on the
I
other side.
feel faint stirrings within me.
A good sign. I shall keep searching, sir.
I care not for that, young fellow.
Yep, I must admit I've forgotten, but I'm sure you're right. I'm sure if I saw it again, I'd recognise it. Oh, no, wait. You're talking about the one with the... You've just walked through it. Yes, I do remember that very clearly. I was wondering about the one that you needed a lumber axe to get through. Upper left side. Yep. Yep, I know the exact one you're talking about. Well, I do hope I've not just been walking past a perfectly usable rock repeatedly. Oh, that was the fort part of Daventry near the portal. I remember walking through a wall there again. I don't think I had to destroy it, did I? There was an item hidden behind it, wasn't there? Any rocks? It's possible I can do it with just 2 rocks, actually. It'll be a lot harder to do it that way. But if I could pick one up while I'm on it... But then how am I going to do the other one? I should probably set a time limit before I look up a hint, shouldn't I? Shall we say 10 more minutes? Oh, hang on, that's the way I came from. That is a rock, incidentally. The problem is if I pick that rock up, the door will shut, and I won't be able to get back in here. I thought there was a greenish moss wall near a shaded part of the castle. Said you remembered the voice I'm talking about it, but went past it frequently. As the dark of the wall is similar to the shadow. Yeah, unless I'm very much mistaken, I thought I walked through that wall. I don't think I had to destroy it, but you might be right.
Hail, Outlander! May I aid ye in the purchase of arms?
You might, good tradesman. What have you?
Behold me wares. Here now, ye may inspect them. Just leave your old weapon whilst doing so. Come back later, Outlander.
I'm not allowed over the edge, am I?
Come back later, Outlander.
No, there's an invisible wall there.
Come back later,
I was wondering if there are any rocks behind the counter. I'll tell you what it might be if it's only the 2. Ah, that can't turn because it was being held in place by the already extended part. There we go. Right, I need the other side extended. Here's what I'm wondering. Do you think if I stand on this bit, do you think I can jump over to it before it before it fully extends. Fully retracts, sorry. Whew. I'm leaning towards no. Ow. I enjoyed the living AI of Elder Scrolls that are curious as to what you are doing in the areas of the shop they can't see you in. Seems valid. Yeah, I think they introduced that with Oblivion. See, what I can't tell is, am I just doing it wrong, or is this not the right solution to the problem? Is this not a solution to the problem? I just had another idea. Yeah, I'm gonna go with no. Remember... Wait, what did I do wrong? Did the game crash? Did I click the wrong thing? What was I thinking? Remember that I said there was that rock earlier on, but I couldn't pick it up because it was on a pressure plate that was holding a door open. Still looks valid. I couldn't get it to work. Maybe I use one of the other two rocks that I've currently got on those pressure plates to like hold the door open, so then I can just walk right in, pick up the rock that's on the pressure plate, walk back out, pick up the two rocks, or pick up the rock that's holding the door open. It's always possible there's just another rock lying around that I've missed somehow. I'm also not so sure about the wall that is different. Like, it feels like that's a puzzle that I'm supposed to be solving, but... that would work because the door is currently in the open position, and I could use a rock like a doorstop to hold it in the open position. If it's in the closed position, then I can't put a rock in as a doorstop to hold it open, if you see what I mean. Seems like a good lead, try it. Goodness. Ah, it's clipped through. That is not a good sign.
It is locked.
Nope. It's always possible I have to go to an earlier area in the game to pick up a rock. Or it's possible there might be a rock in this room that I missed. I don't see one though. You have 3. I have 3, but I need to use 1 here. I've only picked up an extra rock that was currently letting me progress. Like so. 3's the magic number. That's what we're trying to get up to. Quite lost as to how the door remains open if you take it, yeah. Bring in player 2. Well, it's possible there's just another rock that I've consistently missed. That's that guy who's mining to open it. Alas, I'm not allowed. Or steal them from the Land of the Dead level, like you said. I've forgotten where I last used rocks. I know I used one in the swamp, but that was to activate a trap, and the rocks, like, the rock's inaccessible now. It probably got despawned when the trap triggered. Was that a thing on the floor? Another? There was one dead center. Whereabouts? The rocks in the Land of the Dead. Activate the 4 challenges. And to see the Sylph. So you don't need them on that level anymore. I'm sure that's not it though. I'm not seeing this rock I supposedly went past. No, I don't think that was rocks. I think those were boxes that I was shifting around, wasn't it? There was a black triangle in the middle of the path, and I was wondering if it was past the door, but was a pressure plate. So a way to hold it open on the other side. We could go back and check. That would do it if there was a pressure plate on the other side. That I missed. No, I don't see one. We were talking about that. That's a dead enemy. It's one of those like flying rays. Like rays in the fish. Like a manta ray. A stingray. There! There's not like one hidden inside the body of this creature, is there? No. Might have been a reflection on the water, but there was a clear shiny line. I'm afraid I haven't seen it. That. Was it the thing I was interacting with? Because I'm aware there's going to be a stream delay. The body. Like one of these. Well, you walked over it a few times now, so I don't think it's a play. I said 10 minutes, didn't I? And that's already passed. Okay, so I'm going to look up some hints online. To think, we got through the whole swamp without having to look up a single hint. We're approaching the halfway point in the game. How do I cross this bridge by the buttons? If you're daring, just jump onto it carefully. Find some rocks and weigh down all of the buttons. If you can't find rocks, go back to the Dimension of Death and pick some up there. Oh, you are kidding. Where's the teleporter room? Can't wait to watch the VOD. Right. Teleporty. Get ready for a completely unreasonably long loading screen. To see the swamp. Oh, of course, you didn't see the swamp. Yeah, we finished. It's going to be split over 2 VODs because I've also did. Actually, no, on Twitch I suppose it's one long VOD, but I had Split Fiction with Pikachu in the middle. But I did about an hour at the start of the stream and then 2 hours after I finished with finished playing Split Fiction with Pikachu. So we did the entire swamp in effectively 3 hours. Which was unusual. Because so far it's taken much longer to complete these areas. I really don't like the fact that apparently the solution to this puzzle is go back and pick up some more rocks from somewhere completely different. That's I mean, okay, intellectually, if this were actually happening to you in real life, sure, that is what you might do, but I don't know, it feels cheap in a puzzle game. I might skip over the Split Fiction part. It's just not to my taste, I don't mind saying. That's okay. I was suggesting you might want to. It's a sad solution, but one I understand. It's just not how games are now. I don't know, I feel like you could dig into that a bit more and just say that, you know, it's not a very well designed puzzle. Like, are we honestly to believe that if someone, the day this game came out, if you told someone that's the solution to the puzzle, do you really think they're likely to say, oh yeah, that's a good puzzle? And they really, I think they really led you astray by the fact that there were rocks on that level anyway. And in fact, it's a rocky place because it's a mine. Like, all those hints were, in my mind, pointing towards, you just need to find the remaining rocks in the current level. I feel misdirected. Apparently they collected the rocks immediately upon doing that part of the zone and wouldn't have thought leaving without them would be a good idea, as rocks are helpful. Maybe. I still feel like the maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought that the puzzle with the sylph, I was moving boxes around, not rocks. Which is fine, it just raises, if I'm right, it just raises the question, where are there rocks in the Dimension of Death? I'm sure I did have to use pressure plates here. Was there a pressure plate around here, actually? Now I think about it. Or was it a switch? I know there's a bunch of switches on the other side. No. That was it. It was a switch. I'm not sure if we ever found out what that did. Because I just, as soon as I got access to all the switches, I just... Is that infinitely spawning money? I find it hard to believe I wouldn't have picked that up when I was here before. What was I thinking? As soon as I got access to the switches, I just toggled them all. Maybe I did forget it, because that other one was open. The sylph revealed when you liked the Land of Youth and Land of Immortality was the quote of one of the info desks, but not exactly. You might be right, it was moving boxes. Oh, interesting, so I didn't have to light all the lights. I did not know this. I can't tell if the music's glitching or if it's supposed to sound like that. Yeah, that's one of the boxes. And I had to move the boxes off of the pressure plates specifically. I know there are rocks around here. Hang on. No, that was a box as well. Oh. But there were rocks in here for a puzzle, and it was in one of the rooms with plates on the floor. Yeah, the problem is, I do not remember which room that was. Like, I just don't. And so apart from just wandering around like a headless chicken until I stumble across some plates, I don't know what I'm going to do. The plates are on the map, yes, so it's the one over there. Oh, over here. Yes, I remember now, you're right. You're absolutely right. Is this really the intended solution? I must have missed a rock somewhere else, surely. It's hard to believe this is what the developers actually intended me to do. No! Oh. Well, I've made things a lot harder for myself than they needed to be. Or have I? Oh no, this is the right side. This is going to close all the portals, but I guess that doesn't matter now. There's the rock. You're looking at it. Another rock, or the rocks that I picked up. But anywho, do you think there was just like a rock in the swamp or something that I just didn't see? Or in Daventry? I don't mind if I do. Oh wow, that's a valuable object. I've left some really valuable things on the floor, apparently. The rocks you picked up, you could see them a little when you said you slipped off the wrong thing. Yeah. It turns out the rocks are actually really close to where the teleporter was. Yeah, I saw a few of them left on the VOD, but nothing to do with that 24-hour after you were live. Oh, so there were additional rocks that I missed, is what you're saying. Fair enough. It would be fun to be on Discord and say, how about this? Maybe that works in real time. I mean, I do multiplayer puzzle games from time to time. I know, the items on the floor like the potion and the mushroom. Oh, I saw them when you were doing the Land of the Dead. Still, we'll be able to make progress now. We have more than enough rocks. I think I'm way too shy to actually jump on someone else's stream and talk on it. Have you never done a collaboration? Well, Serpentax is on my stream now. That's about it for years and years. Yeah, oh, of course I'm being silly because, yeah, you did Night Rain today, and things didn't go so brilliantly. I did say I was on a Dota 2 team before, which is 5 people total. Which way am I going? This way, I think. I know, I got quite anxious before I did my first co-op stream, which happened to be with Pikachu as well. I say happened to be. She's been very, very good to do things like that with me. Before I knew her, there were no prospects of collaborations or anything like that. What was I thinking? But after a while you do get used to it. Though it is a bit... It can be a bit tricky at times, because if you're doing co-op, there can be a temptation to just talk with each other and then chat gets ignored. And there's also the other problem, which happened to Pikachu and I several times today, where we'll both decide to read chat at the same moment, and we'll like be reading, we'll suddenly start reading the same message simultaneously. Oh, hang on. That's not what we want. Because neither of us is all that used to having another person there to read out the messages. I see. Well, I hope that your autism diagnosis process goes well.
Pardon me. Are you searching for something?
I am digging an exit from our land.
An exit?
Aye, a terrible quake caused the cave in. Now we have no way out.
I wish you good luck, good sir. It is locked.
Interesting, so I'm going to need a key for that. Presumably. They messaged my doctor back saying they wanted to collect information from me, else they can't proceed, and he seemingly did nothing. Didn't find out till months later. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to hear that. Uh-oh. I should have stuck with the sword. This thing's so bad. Oh dear. This isn't another shop, is it? It absolutely is.
Hey, stranger. May I help you?
Mayhap. What have you, good tradeswoman?
I am the apothecary, stranger. A purveyor of potions, magics, alchemical formulae, and long-lost spells. Behold me purgatives, curatives, restoratives, potions, powders, and other such. Whicher is it ye be wanting?
A friend used to call me Autis very frequently, so when a psychologist told me, it wasn't a surprise. Oh, goodness me. when I was
Ah, the essence of Sun Tzu. 'Tis a very potent power enhancer, stranger. Verily, I was thinking of removing it from sale altogether.
Essence of Sun Tzu. I would certainly be interested in purchasing such.
Well, I suppose 'twould be alright. But afore I sell ye such, I beg a task of ye.
Pray, tradeswoman, what would you have
Sun
me do?
Tzu,
I
the
require
author of
stock
The Art of
3
War.
items. Bring me a piece of tree root, an object of iron, and a fragment of amberglow. If you do this, I shall then see fit to sell ye the essence of Sun Tzu.
Consider it done, good merchant.
Goodness me. What was I saying? Yeah, so as I was talking about this earlier, and the fact that a friend mentioned after certain things had happened, they mentioned in passing my neurodivergence. And I didn't know what they were talking about. And I researched it. Turns out I am autistic. I've been diagnosed. Late diagnosis, very much surprised. But here we are, and explains a lot. But after I was diagnosed, a lot of other people I know said to me, "Oh yeah, I always assumed you were on the spectrum." It's like, I've known you for years, and you've never mentioned this? Not once? I don't know. Oh, there we go. So what was it? Tree root, iron object, and the amber glow, which I actually already have. Oh, you've already written it down. Excellent. Now that I've contacted them, they still haven't done anything about it. They got back to me immediately about something they could charge me money for, though. Citizen card, but still haven't helped me at all with something they aren't actually paid for, though. I'm very sorry to hear that. That is extremely disappointing. Invisible wall.
Thank you for coming, traveller.
I hate to say it, I'm a bit stuck again. Yeah, we're just back where we were before. No clue how to get through that. But I've only really got 2 leads. There's that locked door. Hang on. Hang on, there's 2 ways to get through a locked door. Let's have a word with that lock. No? Yes! And is that the iron thing? That's our iron thing. Ha ha ha! We're not stuck. One point for brute force and ignorance. I don't know anyone. Agoraphobic for 15 years, so no one to tell me anything they think about me. Oh, these were people I know online. I don't have a real world social life. That looks like the wall that was different before. I can't wait till I get a weapon upgrade and I don't have to use this ridiculous thing anymore. That did far less damage to me than I was expecting. I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of them. Hang on. I'm not gaining experience, am I? Have I hit the level cap halfway through the game? Oh, I am gaining experience. It's just a very small amount. Alright, fair enough. I'm kind enough, but I struggle to take other people's interests to heart. I don't think people enjoy my company. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, it is a very common... Well then. It is a very common autistic experience to feel like other people don't want you around, whether it's true or not. Ow. Hold on, let me do that again. I've always had the problem that I struggle to understand how my words and actions will affect other people. It's not that I don't care, I actually care greatly, possibly too much. But it's always a surprise to me how people... But despite wanting to put myself in other people's shoes, I can't really do it. That's the problem. Like, I just get the wrong answer. Ow. Hold on, I can definitely do better than that. I'm just playing badly. Oop, I loaded the wrong one. A 7-hour stream. That's awesome. I keep popping in every now and then. Keep it up. Lovely to see you again, Yemma. Other people seem to spend a lot of time looking at what other people have, do, think, appear. I spend 0% of my time doing that. Yeah, I don't think I do that either. But I don't consider that to be relevant to not caring. Like, caring means that I want good things for people and I don't want bad things to happen to them. Which I don't see as being related to thinking about the things that they have, or the things that they do, or how they appear, etc. And I super wear my heart on my sleeve. Everything is really upsetting when I want people to be happy. But they'll say some really upsetting stuff to me. I don't fully understand the expression, I wear my heart on my sleeve. But yes, I tend to be extremely... extremely sensitive to however people claim to see me. You know, if someone says hurtful things to me, it hurts.
How now? What is a mortal such as yourself doing here in the land of the gnomes?
Are you suggesting gnomes are immortal?
In search of the Mask of Eternity, but I fear my efforts have come to naught. I know not where to go.
Oh, it's right here.
The mask. I have heard of it, but I can assure ye, as the gnomic Terramancer, it is not here in this realm.
Then, pray tell, can you show me the way out? I've come through the whirlpool from the swamp, but have seen no other exits. I have a magic map, but 'twill only take me where I've already journeyed.
'Tis not a simple matter. A huge trembler recently hit our land and cut off all exits. Let me ponder. You know the whirlpool. You've a magical map. Oh, I know of no other exit. 'Twould have to be invented. Ha! I've got it! A terracosmic electromagnetic defibrillator.
Blimey.
With it, I can shift the Earth's magnetic pole just a tad.
Excuse me?
For only a nanosecond. But 'twill be enough. 'Twill fool your map into
Wait, we're on
providing a
Earth?
journeying point. The only difficulty is...
What, good sir? What difficulty?
me terracosmic apparatus. It requires a lodestone. The old one has lost its magnetic power. If ye can find me a new one, I can help ye leave this realm.
Consider it done. Thank you, good sage.
Easily wounded by words, his heart and his sleeves to understand it. Rob, sorry to hear that. I was not with you when you experienced people saying hurtful things against you. Do you think they did it on purpose? Well, I'm sure
It's a
they...
strange machinery.
I'm sure they understood what they were saying.
Tis a strange machinery.
Well, I'm still missing a bunch of stuff we need. Imagine living in a place like this. Why would you put yourself behind rolling boulders? Ow, that hurt. Ow, that hurt again. Hold on, I'm reloading. I do have a save after I spoke to them, don't I? Alright, maybe I don't. Just in case, I'll save here. And we'll just take the hit. And the game slowed down. And look at it. Look at us die. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to... Oh, can we get out? Or is it running too slowly for that? I'm just gonna kill it. And we'll restart the emulator again. So what are we missing? I need that stone for the... I need a tree root for the merchant. I don't know where I'm going to find a tree root. I don't know if it's in this realm or another realm. I'm going to... need... Oh, what was it? The stone, the lodestone, was it? That the Terramancer wanted. And presumably for the Potion of Might, there's another thing I'm supposed to be picking up. In this area. $11 I was not challenging what you said. My experience when I was in secondary school was because I was desperate for friendship. I was not good at expressing negative feelings. Indeed, when I talked to one of my close friends one day, the way they treated me was hurtful. She apologised. That's why I raised the question. Yeah, I don't think it was a situation like that. Well, I mean, I was talking in general. I've definitely been in circumstances where there is no doubt. I really enjoyed the sound of the old bell. That wasn't working though. What do you mean that wasn't working though? It won't go off every 15 minutes. Oh, I see. By old, do you mean that bell sounded different? Yes. So, I downloaded the old one. I downloaded from a site where the person who had uploaded it claimed that it was Creative Commons 0, so it was public domain. I used it for one of my streams, and then I got a copyright claim on the video on YouTube, someone claiming the bell noise. Oh my goodness. So I couldn't use that one anymore, even though I also preferred it. Dreadful. Yep. Why am I so rubbish at this? Still, that's why we've got new bells. And I made those bell sounds myself using music software, so nobody else is going to be claiming, well, no one can honestly claim ownership over those sounds but myself. I hear all that stuff. There's a difference between royalty free and the other one and the other ones. I just want to know if I can use it or if it's a waste of time version of you can but you can't really. Oh yeah, you mean where it's royalty free but they still expect you to pay for a license to use it, for example. Yeah, well in this case it was really unambiguous. They had explicitly stated that it was CC0, I believe. I'd have to double check, but I mean, whichever license it was they claimed, it was definitely a permissive license that would have meant I could use it. Pretty sure it was CC0 they claimed.
Bricks fill an opening in the wall here.
But then I used it and it turned out that someone else thought they owned it.
Bricks fill an opening in the wall here.
And I mean, the main thing I took... So first of all, whoever uploaded it presumably didn't have permission. Either that or the person that copyright claimed it shouldn't have done. But I also feel like it's just for a few, I agree they have the right, but it just strikes me as so what's the word? Not stingy, not miserly, because that's to do with money, but like just so petty to claim something like that. I suppose the issue is that if the law doesn't protect like individual sound effects, then I suppose no one can have protections for sound effects at all, and therefore things like sound effect packs couldn't be protected and so on. So I suppose they do have to have that power, but I don't know. It just seemed a bit extreme to me to make a copyright claim on the video because of a few seconds of a bell sound effect, but there you go. Yeah, there's like too many different clauses and types and names, and I just want to tell me if it's worthless mode or not, rather than beating around the bush and pretending. Could be a claim troll, to be honest, but too hard to tell the original owner. It's a petty claim. Now that's interesting. Are we supposed to jump down there, or some sort of boulder goes down there? Huh, it goes over a tunnel. Is it a tunnel we've already been in? No. That's somewhere new. But there is a boulder there that I could potentially push down there. This goes up. I was half expecting it to go down. Boulder in the middle of the room, curious. Sorry, boulder and hole in the middle of the room, curious. I agree. And to be clear, I haven't done with that either. I'm just leaving it be for now, but we'll be back. Now I'm the other side of the wall we found before.
It looks different than the others.
Why let me down here if I can't do anything with it? Is there some sort of switch I'm missing? I mean, it should be a shortcut back, right?
I am not near anything to climb.
I honestly still can't make the mental connection of the connection between this and the King's Quest on PS4, 5, PC. It's quite the different game type and atmosphere. Did you see me play any of the other King's Quest games? 1 through 7? I don't like the look of this. I feel like this is going to come down on me when I'm down the hole. I did not. Pikachu kind of moved me here after the co-op game one day and I didn't notice. Oh, I see. Okay. So, King's Quest 8 is the oddball in the series, to be clear. All of the other King's Quest games are point-and-click adventure games. Every one. Of varying qualities. I mean, I've been making my way through the series, and I have opinions. But anyway, this game came out in 1998, I think. In fact, I keep saying that, so let me double check that. Make sure I've not been spreading misinformation. Was it 1998? Oops, I accidentally searched 7. That was 1994. King's Quest 8 was 1998. And so you have to understand that in the late 90s, games were en masse swapping to 3D, and people... there was a general opinion in the industry, whether right or not, is a different matter, but there was a general opinion that you need to move to 3D or you're not going to survive. And so this was their attempt to shift the series to 3D. as I understand it. And so they were trying, I assume they were just trying to adapt the point-and-click adventure formula to a 3D game, and they ended up coming up with this, like, puzzle RPG hybrid that we're playing now. And it was received really poorly, and they never made another King's Quest game until a few years ago when they did the reboot. Like, the studio itself, Sierra, went into financial difficulties and got bought out, so that's going to also be a big part of the problem. But yeah, this... No doubt this... Well, I don't know. Because the company got bought out, I don't know to what extent they would have been likely to make a King's Quest 9 game anyway, if you see what I mean. I don't know if the studio being bought out was the main reason there wasn't a King's Quest 9, or it was the poor commercial performance of this game. But yeah, this game was considered to be a failure at the time. You were part way into the first zone in this game and said you hadn't done much yet. I really like this one. It just doesn't seem like Monkey Island Discworld and such. How wrong. You mean about... Oh, thank you, Jenny. Jenny said bless you. You mean about the swap to 3D? It's hard to say. See, the trouble is, it's very easy for us to... Oh, I need to get the boulder to smash through that door, I think. Not door, that wall here. By moving it around. Okay, that's making sense now. It's very easy for us to say now that, oh yeah, obviously not all games need to be 3D. But imagine you're in 1998. 3D is a relatively new thing. Like, okay, technically there have been examples for at least a decade, more than that actually, but the early ones were very primitive, like big, very like extremely low poly count, to the point that it's like abstract art, and often you're restricted to like only 16 colors or so. These were, and often also with a very low frame rate. These would have been like attempts at 3D where they ended up having to make serious compromises because of the limits of the hardware. Like true proper 3D, like proper 3D games have only been around for like 2 years or so. I mean, I think Quake was 1996, and that's the earliest like really properly 3D game that I can think of. Doom, which was 1993, so only 3 years earlier, that was all sprites based, and the computers back then in the early 90s, they could not do 3D. Like, they just couldn't. So 3D's only been on the scene for like 2 years or so. Proper, as I say, like something that's more than a tech demo or a novelty. Like something that is a fully fledged 3D game like this. They've only been around for a couple of years. So you say, no, it's 1998, you're in the store because you're buying hard copies of games because it's 1998, and you're going to see a selection of games. Imagine you try to release a King's Quest game, a 2D point and click, like all the others have been, at that time, when the shelves are going to be lined with all these games that have moved to 3D. And again, it's still going to be a novelty at the time. For the people, the players, it's still going to seem so new and fresh that, oh, we have this advanced technology now and we can have 3D games, like actually 3D. I don't know whether it would have been terrible for them had they actually brought out a 2D game at the time, a 2D point and click. But I do accept that the market at the time is different to the market today. And that just because there was all this hype around 3D, that may have created a situation where for a few years it really wasn't wise to try and not bring out a 3D game, if you see what I mean. Yes, the other day I was talking about how all of them did so poorly in 3D, citing that perhaps the PC upgrade was a big problem. Yes, I remember you saying that. As quickly upgrading a PC over and over wasn't such a thing at the time. True. I'm so old. I lived all this stuff. Oh, blimey, then you know better than me. It was such a decision. It could have evolved otherwise. That said, I think I was talking during my first stream about my first stream of King's Quest 8 about ways I think they could fix things that were annoying me about the game. And I have to say, if their only goal was to move King's Quest to 3D, I genuinely think they could have done a more faithful and better job than this. That's not to say I don't admire this game for what it is, but genuinely I think they could have done a much better job if all they wanted was 3D King's Quest. Have an excellent game, El Magnifico. I'm heading to bed. Oh, okie dokie, Rowdy Rain, you take care. Hang on, let me give you a shout out. Thank you for hanging out with me. Rowdy Rain is a variety gamer who enjoys a bit of everything, it seems. They have a penchant for narrative-driven games, as evidenced by their recent playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2. Oh, I've still not played that one. How'd you find it? Well, you said you're going to bed, so I understand if you don't reply. And The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me. Not heard of that one. They also seem to enjoy a good scare, as they frequently stream Phasmophobia. Do join them for a jolly good time, won't you? You as well, sir. Thank you. So how do I get this boulder moving? I'm pretty sure this boulder goes down that hole, then it gets moved round. Let me show you in the map. Then it gets moved round this circle, the circular area, and then it smashes into that wall. Oh, there is an area I still haven't explored. Maybe I should go there next, because there is a decent possibility that there's an item I need going the other way. You know, like some sort of boulder pusher. Either the push, my first port of call, or in a pinch, the grappling hook. If it's the grappling hook, that is a new way of using the grappling hook we've never seen before. I was trying the push repeatedly, and I was trying whacking it as well, as you saw. None of that seemed to be effective. Yeah, I have to say, although I wouldn't necessarily retract my comments from my first stream about this game, about aspects that I think are suboptimal. That would be a fair way to put it. I would say this game has grown on me, and I certainly don't think that it's I don't think it's as bad as it has a reputation for. This sort of supports one of my hypotheses going into King's Quest 8, because I knew basically what I've just told you when I started playing King's Quest 8, that, you know, it was a massive departure for the series, and that it wasn't well received. I do think that the two things that probably have hampered this game would have hampered this game on the market at the time are A, I think they alienated their existing fan base because they produced something very different to what they were used to. That is regardless of whether the game is actually good in its own right or not. And I do think, although the game does shine in certain respects, and I would be the first to sing its praises in those respects, there are other things that it doesn't do so well, and I think compared to a lot of other games of the era, it would have come across as a bit mediocre in some respects. And that's a curse. Like, I think it is a problem well worth being aware of, that someone can produce a game which is genuinely well made and, you know, a perfectly serviceable game, and yet simply because it fails to stand out. You know, there's a degree of mediocrity about it. It gets overlooked at the time. Like, it just doesn't get the attention. It ends up being unfairly overlooked. I wonder what games came out in 1998, actually. That would be really interesting to know. And we leveled. I used up far too many potions, though. Trying to survive that. I had an Atari 2600 while it was a commercial product rather than an antique. My PC had a Voodoo 3300 whilst it was relevant. That's what this is emulating. And a Reva TNT2, and all the way up to today. I got The Last of Us Part 1 and 2, 3 through PlayStation subscription. The Last of Us, The Devil in Me, was also free from PlayStation through my subscription as well. I think you mean The Dark Pictures, The Devil Within Me, but interesting. There, you got an answer before I depart. Thank you. The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me. Wow, the repeating. I date back to Atari 2600. I miss the days if you die with no save points. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that mechanic. I understand why they did it at the time, because the market was different. Oops. Oh, there's a tree root we need. Fantastic. Now we have everything for the potion, I think. Not potion, the Sun Tzu thing. That we were going to get from the merchant. Poor tree, hope it doesn't mind losing the root. I mean, it depends upon the type of game. Like, if it's an arcadey game like Space Invaders or Arkanoid, sure, you die, there are no save points, that makes sense. But, like, for example, I don't think Sonic the Hedgehog was helped with that policy, in my opinion. I honestly think they are better games in the sense of more compelling if you play those games with, like, save points. That may be controversial, I'm sure there will be people that will fight me on that view, but I don't think the artificial difficulty that making it really easy to accidentally die and then not letting people save and reload, I don't think that leads to a more compelling experience. I don't think the player has a better experience because of it, in my opinion. Dig Dug and even Mario was on there. A fantastic system to this day. Don't forget about Pong! I love me some Pong. Yay for leveling! Good night again. Good night, Rowdy Rain. This one reminds me of Daggerfall, which was released 2 years before. Yes, I am very familiar with Daggerfall. What was I thinking? I was going to look up games of 1998. I want to know what they were competing with. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. They did have some stiff competition for 1998. This is like the AI overview thing at the top of the search. So I just did a search of games of 1998. In 1998, many notable video games were released, including The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Half-Life... Oh, that's Half-Life 1, Half-Life, Metal Gear Solid, and Crash Bandicoot Warped. That's some pretty tough competition. Imagine coming out the same year as the Ocarina of Time and Half-Life and Metal Gear. And Crash Bandicoot was a big series at the time as well. I don't know if it was competing with the likes of those giants, but at the time, Crash Bandicoot was big. On the ColecoVision and Intellivision systems, the levels simply looped. All you were doing were reaching bigger score numbers and dying. When you die just means an opportunity to write down your score, and that was that. Dark Souls 3 is dreadful because, in part because of where the saves are, Elden Ring Shrines of Marika improve the experience 1,000-fold. Oh, you mean with horrible death runs? Yeah. I agree with that. Half-Life purchased, Metal Gear Solid played, Ocarina of Time, my old Zelda, Crash Bandicoot. Saw the demo and saw it in the magazines but never played one. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a Crash Bandicoot game, but it was a big enough series that I'm aware of it, if you know what I mean. Like, even though it's not been relevant for a long time, it's still a series that I very much recognise because it was big.
What do you dig for, good sir?
A way out, Outlander. After a great
Oh yeah, and
traveler's
Spyro the
world,
Dragon.
we are now imprisoned here.
I wish you much success, sir.
Yeah, Spyro was big at the time as well. So yeah, I like I say, there are aspects of this game that I do like and I would praise. But I feel like if that's your competition, this game is going to feel very mediocre.
Good sir, why do you toil so hard?
There was an earthquake, and the exit from our realm was blocked. I dig to find a way out.
I hope you success, sir.
I knew this game was a winner 20 seconds in, I still like it. Yeah. One thing I honestly think deserves more attention is the amount of polish that has gone into this game. The people that made this game clearly cared. Unfortunately, I can't think of like a really because of my memory, I can't like pick off a really good example right now, but like several times through this game I've noticed details where they've got things right where a lot of developers would have been much lazier. Like, you can tell the people that put this together cared about making a good game.
Pardon me, are you searching for something?
I am digging an exit from our land.
An exit?
Aye, a terrible quake caused the cave-in. Now we have no way out.
I wish you good luck, good sir.
It does a lot. It has multiple working camera points of view, multiple systems like combat and puzzles, along with voice acting, a loot and inventory system that supports both puzzle and combat, RPG elements in scaling gear, and addition quests for stats. Is all my things. Yeah. The only problem is, as I said before, I don't think that's what the fans of the series wanted. As I say, this was one of my theories when I went into playing this game, but I did wonder whether it would actually turn out to be a perfectly decent game that got slated at the time, at least in part because they alienated their fan base, and not because it's a bad game. For each game the fans won't play, I'll buy 2. That said, I have absolutely no doubt there are people that absolutely love this game to death. I still don't have the lodestone, do I? Presumably I need to go through the... that wall that needs breaking before I can do that. Oh, we're on ad break. I was fascinated by that game. I still don't... Oh, hang on. Dungeon Keeper is the king of games. I can't remember which times those released though. I was fascinated by that game. I still don't think I finished it all. I've never played. I've heard of them. Right, let's get you the items you wanted. Tree root.
Lo, merchant, I have gained some tree root.
Ah, perfect.
An object of iron, my good merchant.
Excellent, my friend.
Behold, some amber glow.
Aye, 'tis just right, good man.
Now, can I
You've
afford
done
it?
well, friend. You've earned the right to purchase me Essence of Sun Tzu. Only 250 gold coins.
This will nearly
What
wipe
say
us
you?
out.
Purchase? But I thought those 3 items...
Stay, friend. I only agreed to sell me Essence of Sun Tzu if you brung back those items, not give it to you.
All right, tradeswoman. Let me ponder then.
Hark! Pray imbibe the Essence of Sun Tzu.
I am grateful. 'Twill aid me immensely.
I do hope this does actually.
Merchant, how does it open?
I hope I haven't been tricked again.
Just remove the warrior traveler.
Did my damage even go up? I feel like maybe I got 1 level's worth of... Let's save and reload. Did I gain a lot of melee attack? What was my melee attack before? Hello? Why are you taking a million years? That's not right. Game crashed. Okay. Only problem with the game crashing is that means that it's going to want to reload the data files from the disk. It looked like 185 to 205. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. That's like 4 levels. It's driving me mad you aren't putting on the desktop as a shortcut. But I mean, compared to like these load screens, it's not going to save much time. Good thing the game broke on the load and not on the save. If it had broke on the save may not have been made properly, in which case... was this... That was after I leveled. You're right. So it gave me an extra 20 points of melee. But no range. So now my only concern is because I've used up almost all my money, what happens if I go to the next area and then I can't afford anything? Start menu, tab, 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 click. Help police. Oh well.
Thank you for coming.
Hang on. You don't think I already had the lodestone, do you? I just had a thought. I got that crystal earlier. I never actually checked with them if that crystal was the one they needed. Maybe they moved the boulder. We never did complete that quest for that, well, I say quest. Remember that gnome that was saying about how the enlightened one would know all the answers? We never did that.
That crystal has no brilliance, Terrier. A dark cloud has obscured its light.
Okay, there is more to this then.
A vile wickedness resides within that crystal, mortal.
Interesting. I think that's just life. What if I go to a shop website and already brought something yesterday? Yes, you're still too sad to participate, so you're finding somewhere to cheer him up. Wait, is that the right way? I think that's the wrong way. Yeah. I think we want to go this way. Trouble is, I'm just heading back to the boulder assuming I need to crash through here. But let's go back round the circle here actually, looking very carefully for like walls that look different to other walls or something. Nope. I just don't have a way to interact with that boulder. Oh, I was wondering if there was a potion of happiness Hope wanted to give him, to be honest, but you said there was only a few in the manual. Yeah, unless there are indeed only a few. But to be fair, those would be potions that the character can drink in combat. That wouldn't include other things, like the Sun Tzu essence thing there wasn't in the manual. And so if there was a key item that just happened to be a potion, that probably wouldn't be in the manual. Ah, can I like walk on top of it? Do I need to like jump on top of the boulder and then like roll it with my feet? I need to be very careful about how I do this. He can really leap. He really should be an Olympic long jumper. Oh my goodness. I bet you'd know if you had a potion of cheer up gnomes if you had one. Oh, I thought I had it then. I mean, this might be a silly idea. This might never... You know, this might be nothing to do with the solution. Oh my goodness. This is becoming vexing. Yes, I'm on top. I don't think this is going to work. I think it'd be moving if it were. Oh my goodness. What if I click on it while I'm behind it? Oh, why didn't that work when I was in first person mode? There must be some technical reason it wasn't working. I don't know what that is. But I'm just glad we're making progress. I probably had to be positioned like really precisely behind it or something. Yeah, because it's not doing it now. I bet my placement had to be almost pixel perfect. I did say push as a first measure and then grapple hook as a last resort. Yeah, but I also thought of push. That was the first thing I tried. Just apparently it didn't bite. Still, mustn't grumble. We're making progress. So presumably this is going to get me the lodestone that I need. Do you think the lodestone will cheer up the other gnome as well? Actually, I'm not sure they're a gnome. They talked about these tunnels being filled with their people in the past, but they spoke as if they were the last of their kind here, and they didn't look like the other people that live here. Super strict game. Yay! I hope I haven't just broken the wall that was keeping some unspeakable horror that was sealed away for all eternity down. Because that would be less than ideal.
It's too dark. I cannot see.
Is the implication supposed to be I'm meant to get myself a torch? Or can this, like, will this object let me light crystals, turn them into light crystals?
It appears to be a jeweled device. Looks like something is missing. Zeus! It lighted!
Excellent. Oh my goodness. What? Oh, this camera. Just let me go in there. Dearie me, progress is being made. I love how the geometry moves in one way and the text sure seems to move faster than the geometry and independently. The text? Texture, sorry. Uh-oh. Oops, I didn't mean to take whatever that was. Let me reload. I was so startled I just drank the first thing that I found on my tool belt. Oh, when I was pushing the boulder, I'm with you. Yeah, I noticed that it looked a bit funky. The boulder was rolling, it was also rotating the texture, yeah. So this was just before I put the crystal in, was it? Wait, what? What? Does the crystal get used up after a certain amount of time and saving and reloading?
'Tis too dark. I cannot see.
Leads to it being
Zeus,
expended.
It lighted.
Right. Now let's confront whatever that beastie was. Wait, can you only hit me if I'm close? Unfortunate for you, my friend.
'Tis not working. My arrows just bounce off.
Alright, fine. Point taken. Well, that cost us quite a few healing items. Oh, what did I get? Is that a lodestone?
I have acquired a black diamond, the black heart of a dragon.
Okay. So that was a dragon I slew, was it? I mean, I could tell it was vaguely reptilian. Appears the crystal was placed and it was dark, still at the same time. Bizarre. Perhaps one of the Beastie Boys. Show you. Whoa! Hey, it's the fellow from earlier.
Thou art truly the begetter and manifester of the light which carries the soul through the darkness and into the light of a new dawn. Hope and faith will serve humanity once more. Thou hast earned the right to enter the chamber of enlightenment. Behold, my role hath been fulfilled. I return now to my place in the spirit world of ancient souls. Fare thee well, champion of light.
Oh, thank you. Isn't that what the characters in Final Fantasy 1 are called? Or are they Heroes of Light? Show you. I'm just messing around though, of course. Okay.
What is this odd contrivance? And what purpose would that lodestone and hovering crystal serve?
Wow. We know what to do here.
What is this odd contrivance? What purpose would that lodestone and hovering crystal serve? This small crystal pyramid sparkles brilliantly. This lodestone has magnetic qualities.
Interesting. Well, now we've planted the Chamber of Enlightenment, let's go back and give these artifacts to that gnome. That gnome Terramancer. I hardly think of that as a dragon. A dragon needs a certain layout, and a wyvern is whatever that layout is, but it's missing the front legs. That thing was more likely a lamprey. Let's first show him the pyramid that doesn't have the darkness in.
A brilliant virtue permeates this crystal, journeyer.
Interesting. Well, here's the lodestone.
I have gained the lodestone, wise
I've leveled
sage.
again.
It is unbelievable. I did not really imagine another was to be found. Let us hope it will work.
Another? Where was the first one? Oh, you have it? Wait,
Ha!
see...
Success! Behold your magic map, mortal. It should reveal a new location for ye to transport.
I shall, good sage. I am more than grateful.
So, if you didn't think another lodestone existed, am I to understand that you had this whole contraption here, whether you built it or someone else did, we can't say, but you never expected to see it working? It's the only thing in this room where you've been residing. Right, so it's the Barons next, isn't it? Yep. But I can't teleport there. Well, did it say Baron? Yep. But I can't go there until I go to the teleporter. I could say that about me, just residing in a room for forever and ever. That describes me reasonably well as well. But my point is, why would he pick a room where literally the only object of any significance was something that apparently didn't work and he never expected to be able to find the replacement part for? It's an unusual choice, I would suggest. Do you not wish to talk to him anymore? He could have had more to talk to you about. Oh, that's a very good point. I didn't even think of that. Oh, I don't want to go back around the boulders. Do I have a save after? Yes.
Is there, wise sage, any more you can tell me?
Nay, Journeyer, there is not. Behold your magic map. It should reveal a new location for ye to transport.
Okie doke. Well, that clarifies that point. Ow. Oh my goodness. I got greedy. I thought I could do it. No, that's okay. You weren't to know. It was a good point as well. I always, whatever game I'm playing, I always forget to exhaust the NPC's dialogue. It's just so counterintuitive for me to like begin an interaction with them, the interaction to end, but then for it to not actually have like told me everything, if you see what I mean. Like, why do I have to keep clicking on them until they repeat themselves? It's such an odd mechanic. We never did find out what was going on with that wall that looked different to the other walls, did we? We managed to get to both sides of it, so we know we're not missing anything there, but it was almost like it was supposed to be a shortcut, except we were never able to use it as such. Oh my goodness. I can't say it's wrong. I'm very direct sort, so I expect everyone to say everything they wanted to say to me. Oh, wrong way. This is definitely the wrong way. The wall is interesting. It smells mouldy was also a herring until you do a massive extra amount, so don't count it out. But also, it might not be worth worrying about now. Yeah. I wonder if it's just an optional shortcut which I never discovered how to open. I really thought there would, once we made it to the other side, I really thought there was going to be some sort of switch or something on the other side, a button that would open it. And it would have been, well actually it probably wouldn't have been that useful a shortcut because this is the first time we'd probably have wanted to use it.
This wall, it looks different than the others.
Oh well, it's probably, as you say, it's probably not relevant anymore, so I shouldn't worry too much. We heard it's mouldy here 50 times, and was a place you stopped for a while, but once you read the hint, they end up telling you, well actually no, not yet. But there was no way to know within the game, I know. New region! So we've got 2 regions done today. Oh, blimey, is that supposed to be magma pouring off the edge of the world? Or is that just... what? Orange water? Copying files to hard drive. Blimey. Swamps and gnome tunnels. Orangeade fountain. That must be it. Just waiting for it to load. Looks like the Discworld from Discworld. Isn't that supposed to be on the backs of turtles or something? Oh look, there's more of... oh no, those are hovering on top, aren't they, those islands? I thought they were in the distance for a second, but no, I think they are supposed to be hovering on top. It is. You can see the underworld directly underneath the disc in this artwork. The Great Atuin. Loading the Barren region. I never found the thing for the Might Potion, did I?
Alas, in what scorching land have I found myself?
Very dark, isn't it? I was expecting a skybox, I'll be honest. Well then. Well, when we get back to that on Friday, I guess that's where we'll be starting. I really should wrap up though, because it's almost 12. So thank you for watching. Next stream will be Wednesday. That's going to be more Elden Ring. Then Friday's going to be more King's Quest. Then Saturday, I think I have some Deep Rock Galactic with Punkozy. May as well hear the 12 o'clock bells. There we go. So yeah, then next Monday, I guess, will be more Elden Ring. So those are the upcoming streams. If you're just interested in King's Quest, that's going to be Friday. Wednesday's going to be Elden Ring. Thank you for keeping me company, everyone that did in chat. And thank you to everyone that lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you, genuinely. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Let's get this raid going. We're going to raid Beamer, I think. Who's apparently going to be playing Elden Ring, it would seem. So, have a wonderful night.